Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は169日目です。It is day 169. We are 3 days, including today, from level 17. I expect that all these 77 is from the current unit. And then we have some 5 leeches tomorrow, and the rest would be on Thursday. Chill day is coming up. Oh wait, I don't think I have. I think we were pretty good yesterday. Things were alright. Getting closer and closer to our new activity, right? A week away. It'll be interesting. Change of pace. Other things to do. Oh, and actually it happens to be the day before the Steam sale starts as well, which I have to start planning for next month. How we're gonna organize. I think certain things kind of worked this month. I was trying to take it easier, make room. I've been very tempted to do a couple other things, largely due to the interaction with 1 or 2 people. So more on that later. Anyways, let's get into it and see how well our stuff is being retained from the immediate level. Oh no, 50-50s. Oh no.
Zenchi.
I already lost the 50-50. Zenchi. I don't remember which one this is gonna be.
Shonin. Hako.
Oh.
Tokyo Ben.
Tokyo. The 50-50s, I'm not that concerned, largely because 50-50s, especially that type of thing where there might not be patterns or some sort of generalized use cases. I throw it back to channeling English and Spanish. That's more of the norm than like the haphazard nature of deciding there isn't a pattern. English and Spanish. Embrace the mindsets of English and Spanish. So when you're out in the wild and you're reading stuff, trust your intuition on associated sounds and vision and whatnot, right? So not too. I imagine others might find it a little bit. There are going to be noticeable people who are perhaps incredibly structured in their knowledge in order to want to find patterns and generalize things. I'm a bit 50-50, I suppose. There are places where generalization and generalities are incredibly appropriate and useful, but that's part of the process. You combine generalities, the ability to negotiate and be emotionally stable with, and not necessarily completely reliant on generalities and generalizations or patterns as a crutch for wanting to be intellectually involved and actively participating in looking at nuances. And they start at 50-50s. oftentimes that's where you get challenged to see how interested you can be. So, in my opinion, if not knowing which one is nin and which one's jin based on the fundamental parts, right? This situation, you can move to the next emergent level, which is sentences and or paragraphs, or move all the way to the top, which is what a lot of other people like to do, which leads to generalities and generalizations. And those generalities and generalizations get you a really big bang for your buck. You see the things as they are. And one would want to ask you, are you interested enough to break them down and look at the smaller parts? It's certainly something I ask myself each day, but I typically balance the two. Things I'm more interested in, I understand how useful generalities are and patterns because adult brain. And then breaking them down, simplifying them, not generalizing them. Simplification and generalization, or decomposition and complexity, those things aren't one-to-one a lot of times, largely due to emergence, right? Or the reliance on emergence. Some people might think that knowing the top-down approach, when you know everything at the top, somehow you can appreciate the bottom. That's not generally how that works, and it's illogical as well, despite how rational it may seem, right? You can look at a tree and know what's in the tree, but can you really appreciate the leaves, or the trunk, or the bark? That's human perception, right? Human perception. It's rational. It's illogical. So that's kind of one of the little things that I did find a lot of resistance. So why is this relevant? I just watched a YouTube short not long ago where someone could think in a lot of comments could think in one direction but not the other direction. Things like when you compare foreign cultural acceptance in a different country, especially the country that they desire and enjoy and look at from a distance, and then relate it to a country that they don't like, but they clearly, their comments inhabit neither of those countries, and they do not understand the nuance of either of those countries, but they speak as though they think they do. And that's kind of one of those things that become incredibly apparent when you speak in generalities while someone else who has a particular investment in one of those generalities, and it becomes apparent that that person is over speaking, right? That is the nature of human perception. You can see it as a whole, like here, or you can see it in parts, and there's emergent levels of understanding between the two, and it's very related to how you engage with your material. So oftentimes you get that comment where, why do you spend so much time making a big deal out of something so trivial? The question you may want to ask yourself when you're interested in empathizing with another person, right, is if you're willing to hear the answer and or care enough to hear the answer. And oftentimes it's the same reason that you're making a big deal of someone making a big deal, right? And also from the other person's perspective, they could also act in the reciprocal way as the other person. It's because you don't care, right? That's kind of where the kettle calls the pot black and whatnot. Hello there, Casper. Hello. I was trying to be indirect about what was in the YouTube short. It was about foreigner acceptance, or like appearance acceptance. It was painting one culture very brightly and was painting another culture that is in the video very inauspiciously. But the people who are making the large majority of the comments were people who are making double standards. So they were either familiar with one of the culture that was involved and not familiar with the other one, or not familiar with either. Generally speaking, because there are lots of red flags that suggest that they don't view from either perspective, or one of the perspectives, or both perspectives, right? Oftentimes commentary is like that. And I make disclaimers about my commentary too. Like yesterday I was playing Neverwinter, and I specifically said that I identify more likely to a particular population of the player base, but not representative of a player base that I do not have any nuance in tackling. It's kind of like saying X country are so far more polite and accepting than Y country. I'll let you fill in the blanks on perhaps your country that you view negatively, not like your country, but the countries you feel you have negative impulses and then positive impulses, and then read those comments from those lenses. Yeah.
危ない
It's an intellectual exercise, not a moral one or ethical one. Like, what I mean is, I'm not talking about morals or ethics or like spiritualism, largely as a rhetoric for intellectual self-discovery. You don't have to share it with anyone. You don't have to declare or proclaim it publicly. It's something I think about quite a lot. What countries are viewed more negatively? Whichever country you feel is viewed more negatively. It's a rhetoric, Casper. We're talking about being able to introspect. Like, look introspectively. When you make a comment, do you view things negatively, and are they based on observations, or are they based on a filter lens? And the whole reason of not saying who those countries are is because it depends. And that is what the rhetoric is for. It's an exercise in intellectual exploration. It doesn't have to be countries either. It can be languages, video games, movies. The very nature that you ask me which countries are viewed more negatively, as opposed to asking me what countries are viewed more positively, is also something that informs me of people's behaviors. Or curiosity. People's behavior, curiosity, things that interest them. I didn't mention any countries, so it stays at countries.
Hanshin 辞典
E10.
保証
I'll show. Oops. No. Sure. That's slightly off. I need to look at that next time. Maybe it's D, guaranteed. Huh.
幸運
Oh. 50-50. This actually deals with it, so
政治
I'm just gonna go with that for now.
入門
Human. Oh wait, that's fine.
弁当
Bento.
関する
Ansuru. What? Oh,
教科書
typo.
休止
Yushi.
休校
Yuko. Oh, now I'm hyper focused on Sutton. That's not good. Overcompensating. Let's see.
留守
This is. This is. Okay. Oops. Wait. That's fine. Ah!
古典的
Enteki. Frequent typos.
下品
Yehin.
企画
Kaku.
お世辞
Oseji. Oh, right. So, right. I need the other thing, right? Oh no, this is just weird. How is this weird? Right. Yes. Yes. Oh, oops.
荷札
Buddha.
門
Mon.
関係
Anke.
曜日
Yobi.
専門
Senmon.
冒険
Boken.
不幸
Oh.
新品
Impi. What? What? Oh, that must have been typo somehow.
真実
Ninjutsu. Oh, it's a typo somewhere.
関西
On-site. Ah,
特急
so cute.
仏典
Butten. Nope.
笑顔
Egao.
大阪
Osaka.
存じる
Donjiru. And this is slightly different too. Right, so we covered that up a little bit for now.
商品
Shohi.
守る
Amoru.
明治
Meiji. I had a little whoopsie there yesterday.
真っ黒
Makuro.
保存
Ozon. 'X. Oh, wait. No. It's not that. Or is it? What? Ozone. We have preserve existence. Oh, I guess preservation. Ugh. Luck again. Oh,
証
Akashi. Oh no, not today. Shiawase.
幸せ
Shiawase. One's kind of tough too. Yeah, her. Oh, Isoku.
急ぐ
What out?
笑う
Nimotsu.
荷物
品
In. Oops. Good. Uh.
急に
Uni. How? What is another word for hurriedly? Or no. Suddenly. Or immediately.
辞典
D10. Oh. That was not
幸福
Tofugu. Tofugu.
証言
Shogen.
富士
Fuji. Ne? What? Oh,
保守的
Oshiteki. 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 Kind of plug that. Kind of.
やめる
Yeah, maybe.
辞書
Decent. That takes me a little longer than I would like.
急
You.
図書館
Oshokan.
留学
Yugaku. What? Oh,
治安
Chiang. Chiang. Okay, no rhyme or reason really.
辞典
Jiten.
書く
Kaku.
生存
Seizon.
保険
Hoken. What? Oh,
写真
let's see.
危険
And
作品
Sakin.
関心
Anshin.
ゴミ箱
Gomibako.
冗談
Jordan.
証明
Ome.
食料品
Shokuyohi. Alright. Not bad. That's what happens after your first, your first week, right? Your first exposure. Not too bad. And tomorrow is going to be like 5 minutes long, right? We only have 5 review tomorrow. I try to push as quickly as possible so we get to 5 a.m. I still want to kind of shift this earlier. And the only time I am able to shift is level up day. It's the couple of days after level up day. So we kind of want to shift in an hour or two. July is approaching. It's quickly approaching. And then we also have to liberate some time soon. Less than a week to adjust a little bit. Yeah, tomorrow will be 5 minutes long, something like that. That's usually the case the day before leveling up because the timer is greater than 24 hours. All right. Forgot my tablet driver. Yeah, maybe I could see in 2.5 years. So that's more than 2 years from now, right? More than 2 years from now. Maybe somewhere near the latter end, we could do a fun little like marathon or something. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to do it. We can introduce a script or something, I suppose that would. Oh, a marathon. Maybe we'll do like a counter using extra studies, or maybe like a. Yes, there is a script for it. Might be able to do like a session where we blitz through and see how quickly we can bootstrap through vocabulary or something interesting like that. Just to sample every. So, because there's gonna be maintenance, right? But that's not for a while. I got like 2 years to determine how I'm gonna perform maintenance. The burn thing might be considered one of the early stages of maintenance. So this on June 25th is going to be some of the first initial steps towards establishing a maintenance protocol for this particular thing. And the maintenance protocol has got to be streamlined in some way. Eventually, you know, we build a whole structure to migrate, and then soon this type of thing, early exposure, no longer exists, right? Or initial exposure no longer exists. I wanted to make this distinction that in my mind, this is not learning. This is practicing. So WaniKani, the way I'm interacting with WaniKani right now, on lesson day, on level up day, and then secondary level up, or like on level up day and the following peak day, right? Which comes after 5 days. A level up day and post 5-day peak day are the days where I'm actively learning. So it involves exposure to new content. Now, on every other and all the other days outside of it, it's like 80% practicing and 20% feedback. And that feedback is considered learning, but it's tackling a different type of skill set most of the time. The practicing does lead to learning, but it's leading to learning in a different way, like collecting data, introspection, right? Things that I'm keeping track of in my mind. Like, does this feel good? Okay. So I am still practicing that, but from time to time, I'm largely collecting data. Filling it out, taking records, recording. These are new things. With every new video I record, I'm actively consolidating new things. They might seem like the same thing, but they're collecting data of a bigger whole. I'm making observations as I'm going. So, not the same skill. So whenever someone asks me, do I ever use, like, being pedantic again, for that one person who believes that they don't count using the things they learn because their field of view is incredibly narrow, that's perfectly alright. I can phrase it that way. In terms of Japanese, I only learn 2 things, 2 days out of 11 days on WaniKani. Like, strictly speaking, if we had to boil it down to the definition that other people think when they only make room for a singular goal or a singular task because they're specialists, they want to become specialists, I suppose, or they think like specialists. I'm a holistic person, so I tend to think generalists. Most of the time, I'm practicing other skills while we wait. WaniKani, memory and repetition is not part of learning for me. Learning is when you get the first exposure. So WaniKani only learn 2 out of the 11 days on average. HanziHero, we learn every single day. Every single day is a learning experience. So HanziHero requires a different mindset and different management system. And then Duolingo is for Japanese, which is today. I yapped a little too much, so we gotta push that. Japanese, Duolingo Japanese is not only voluntarily optional, so it pivots, but generally it operates on a 3-day cycle. So it is learning on the first day and not learning on the following days, right? It is practice. And those practices allow me to practice other skills that I have, and those other skills may lead to new learning experiences. So like if things I forget, that's the next closest thing to learning something. I learn what I have forgotten. That requires a different type of skill, which in my opinion, the vast majority of people that I talk to do not have a follow-up to that. They do not practice a skill for knowing what you don't know, what you want to know that you don't know yet, or what you may need to know based on the things you have learned. So for example, if you keep forgetting something and you're trusting the system, there's no more feedback. You're not practicing any more skills, right? No more critical thinking or problem solving skills. You aren't paying attention to why you forget something, how you're forgetting it, and what you can do about it, and then collecting more data in order to glean how you can do that. I don't rest on my laurels. So if a tool is telling me I'm remembering 99.9% of the time, I ask myself, how can I remember 150% of the time? And you might be thinking, wait, how can you remember more than that? It's because I'm doing something outside of this. So when someone says something like, oh, you have to be consistent by fully being in the system, like I understand, right? I'm not only learning Japanese or only doing vocabulary work. I'm doing other things. So when something becomes easy or very retained in the system, I go seek more things. There are things that are outside the system that you're also responsible for. Figuring out why you keep feeling tired when you're doing your studies. Why over time it feels like you're grinding your forehead into a wall that is WaniKani. Those are things outside the system. These systems don't account for those things. They don't ask you, how are you feeling today? Did you eat yet? Have you slept well? Those are not part of the metric. And oftentimes when I hear people say, this and that won't make you successful, it's largely based on a narrow definition of results per time. So if you can get within a year to JLPT4, that somehow is better than getting to JLPT5 only in a year. And I'm like, well, what other skills are you developing? Now, it would be true that the method for JLPT4 in the same time that it gets you to JLPT5 with method B is better than the other if you're assuming that in the process of doing either methods, you're not developing any other skills, right? You're trusting the process. You want to turn off your brain. Ironically, you want to turn off your brain to any other potential skill development while you're tackling the singular skill you're working on, right? And that can lead to great specialization. This is provided that all the other skills are not so weak that they impact the success of your specialized skill, right? A great example is someone who is fantastic in running and their career ends in a year because they didn't know how to take care of their body. Taking care of their body is a different skill set than running fast or running as much as possible, right? So that's kind of one of those things that I like to highlight over time, largely because when someone says, take your time, breathe, learn to manage time schedule, take care of yourself, and then form a habit, all of those other things that person said is not a secondary, it's not a secondary thing to the specialized skill you have. If that advice becomes useful for you, it also should ring a flag, or signal you that those other skills are so weak that they are preventing you from specializing, right? As in, a lot of times those other skills are sufficient, as in they're made sufficient so that when you tackle a product or a task, they don't prevent you from succeeding. So if you can eat healthy enough, you can continue to do your studies. If you can make enough money, you can continue to do your hobbies, right? So often there was a time when all of these things are already there. Like, they are people, humans, when they grow up, get to their 20s and their 30s, they're often well-rounded enough that when you go and put your mind to something, that saying, if you put your mind to it, you'll make it work. I think nowadays, if I had to reflect on how society has changed, hyper optimization and specialization have now made it so specialized that there are individuals who have weaknesses in those skills that are often assumed to exist already, especially when products like these come from individuals who already have these skills in line, and yet they still fall by the wayside. Like, what's a good one? WaniKani, there's a clear indication that at least some of the staff members are burnt out. Like, it's been over 11 years. This product has been developed over 11 years, and you can clearly see that it's not a scaling problem. A lot of times it's the people's mental health and ability and motivation to continue to produce a product. It's 11 years. That's fantastic. They actually haven't even gone beyond this, right? They haven't expanded to other things. So the mental health and all that, it is very important even after you push the limits. So occasionally you need to maintain those skills, and that's kind of what I'm doing here, right? I'll give you an example. When someone told me, maybe like, I'm gonna say, in the first 4 months when I was learning Japanese, I started with Japanese Duolingo. Their first comment was, yeah, Duolingo just drip feeds you these things. It takes them so long, it's so repetitious, it's boring. And then in reality, when someone said, oh, but SRS, they're faster. I keep learning new things, and I keep moving forward, I keep making, and my first thought was, I wonder if that's true. And then the idea of WaniKani was brought up, because WaniKani is Anki adjacent, right? And I look at it, and the pace was not only methodically spaced out, which SRS is, it is filled with repetition. As in, the way I interact with WaniKani is even less stressful, or even less distributed than Duolingo. And someone's like, well, Duolingo is really slow at introducing kanji. Yes, up to a specific point, but you haven't done Duolingo Japanese course up to the point where they did, because the last unit, for example, in 3 days, I was responsible for 2 times the volume of this level 16. So in the long run, when one does not view things accurately in the sense of defining them, it can be willy-nilly. You did not define what is constitute as learning or exposure. How many new details are you responsible for? And what is considered new? For me, I have a very strict definition. and I can define when I am learning and when I am practicing. And the nice thing about that definition is that then I can work on them. So how do I work on practicing? My mindset is very different on today. Like today, my mindset is very different from 2 days from now when level up day happens. There are very different skill sets involved. And this is what people think is high pace and they're learning a lot. When I look at Ankis, like Anki streams, because people love to indicate Anki, it's very much similar thing. It's actually well paced, exceptionally well paced between practicing with repetition and learning. So it's very helpful. I would like to say it's quite helpful when you understand what is the new information that you're accounting for. So what type of practices and skills do you have in encoding the initial exposure? What are the characteristics that make you remember a detail the first time you see it, or maybe within the first couple times? So like for me, WaniKani gives you 11 days. We'll just lump them together a little bit. WaniKani gives you 11 days to be okay with a group. It's more like 7 days. So WaniKani gives you 7 days to normalize within a week's time the learning things. So you could, like most people in my opinion that I've met, it's 7 days to learn the material, right? And then you hope when you come back in a week, it's either a week or 2 weeks, it's probably a week, you practice the material. So then when it comes back, it's when people switch and say, oh, now it's review, because long-term memory is after you have more than a week away, right? That's how I'm interpreting people. When people are doing something consecutively, it's no longer considered practice, it's considered learning. And then when there's a gap between the last time they consecutively practiced, then it's review. As in, what I consider practice is when you come back to something you've already learned in any way possible. So the first time I saw something, that's where the learning happens. Tomorrow, if I do the same thing, that's practice immediately. And I focus on, okay, so what have I forgotten? Because this is practice. The most important aspect, or one of the greatest, like one of the areas I can improve the most when it comes to practice is, what are the things that I do not know anymore, I have forgotten, or what nature of my encoding was weak, so that, right, like you can extend from that. But usually I think when people think about practice, they wing it, or they rely on intuition, and that works, provided you have other skills. And what are the other skills? Discipline, due diligence, scheduling. And if you don't have those things, it's nice to have an SRS system. The SRS system will not only tell you where your lack of discipline is, it will literally do it for you. So you will no longer ever develop those skills. You don't develop scheduling, consistency. And the one thing that I would like to say about not being able to develop or practice scheduling, due discipline, consistency, and whatnot is that that for now is one of the hardest skills to acquire, like naturally, when you're using the internet or technology. How do I know or suggest that this is one of the hardest skills to acquire? typically, when you lose that convenience, it is the most emotionally dissatisfying and abruptly terrifying feeling you get most of the time. So ask yourself, when something is lost, which one is most devastating? I think the most devastating things are the ones people are the least aware of and they practice the least. So what can you remove that can demonstrate my point? Remove the live service platform that you're using right now and see how you feel. If you're devastated and you just suddenly have no idea what to do with your life and fill your gaps, it's because you no longer critically think about it. What does that look like? Shut down, uninstall your TikTok, uninstall Fortnite, uninstall Roblox, uninstall any live service game you have made, like you have played for more than several years now, and then see what you can do with that time. And it will be very, very hard at first to fill that time, but that is one of the skills I can illustrate without having to know someone, in order to demonstrate that there are significant, very, very significant deficiencies, but they are traded off because technology has made it convenient. Technology has made you want to log in to a game on a daily basis. Technology has made you occupy your time on a daily basis. When I ask a person, why do you log into Fortnite once a day? Like, I don't know, just to chill or vibe. Like, yeah, you stop thinking about it. So there are skills that are really, really good in exchange for that, though. You can play Fortnite really well. You can play whatever Minecraft involves. You can do that very well. But there are, in my opinion, certain skills, life skills, that when they're not maintained or even like raised to a standard bar, I think they are deal breakers. Regardless of how great a product is, some of those skills can become so deficient that everything seems seemingly impossible, right? Or highly improbable. And that is the feeling, that's how I empathize with a lot of people when they say something like, oh, I can't never do that. Or the reason why I am recording these things is because that's what those skills look like. What does being able to form habit formation, scheduling, consistency, and having emotional stability whenever you have to tackle obstacles, what does that look like? It looks like very few things you watch on the internet. It looks like most of the people's lives that you do not see. It does not, you don't literally see or witness your favorite content creator looking and editing every single day, or talking and networking nearly every single day, talking to their editors, coming up with brainstorm ideas. Those skills are not visible. They're not there, and they require maintenance. And for the successful people who are consistently successful, they choose to specialize in some skills, but it is bolstered by a sufficient number of skills. And one of them I illustrate here quite often, which is consistently, when you're practicing something, are you practicing because you're simply maintaining, which is fine until it's not. And what does that look like? Well, you're on a diet of 600 milligrams of caffeine a day, and then you're slowly escalating into 800 milligrams, and then you realize you're profusely urinating, and then it becomes like a problem eventually, and then you start thinking, oh man, is it too late? Right? There are lots of opportunities to improve your life. If you have to sleep, you might as well improve your sleep, or attempt to. right? At some point, sufficiency changes. It will no longer become sufficiency. So it's kind of like how should I say this? I feel like when people learn things and when they practice things, and learning is this golden child. It's this like golden apple, right? This golden apple, like, go in 200%. That's kind of how I feel about language learning, or language learners, or people who think they're learners. Right? That's go as fast as possible. Keep on taking in new. If you can cram more new ideas into you, continue. And then we come to the area of practice. And practice, all these skills are sufficient until they're not. And how do I illustrate this? When you're practicing, this is the critical mass. Critical mass, right? If you do this rate, it's good enough. Everything to the left of this will eventually involve in failure or deterioration. And then everything here is optional. So what do I mean by this critical mass? I mean, you can't see it because practice is over time. Over time is maintenance. So when you're always operating right at the edge, it only takes a few things to push it into the failure or the deterioration rate. As in, this critical line is steady state. As in, you're feeling neutral. The energy you put in is the energy you put out, right? You put out and you put in the same amount of energy. And that's as much as development as practice. You know, that's sufficient, as in it's good enough. It will be good enough until any little thing throws it into the failure and deterioration. In fact, I would even argue a lot of people start studying and developing a life skill in this zone already. And there is a very defined way you can tell this zone. If you're here, there are like 2 red flags. And then as you go down, there are more red flags. One of them would be the word grind. Grind is the first red flag. It's probably in this zone. And then make time because I have to. That's another red flag, right? That thing is probably somewhere here. So it keeps going down and you can't see it yet, right? It's hard because most of the time it's deterioration, as in you're not in steady state. You're slowly losing sustainability. It's not sustainable. It already started as not sustainable. You weren't even looking to form a habit. You thought you wanted to make a habit, but it already had red flags. And do you see those red flags? In my opinion, that's one of the largest problems with learning a language as a life skill. Now, some people like learning language not as a life skill, as like maybe a 3-year project, and they're not intending to maintain it. That is actually quite healthy. That's appropriate. If you're not expecting to maintain it as a life skill, then regardless of the deterioration, at some point you're going to stop. You don't plan on making it for life, right? Life is when you start thinking about the optional things. So for me, to illustrate where I usually am, I usually have plus 30% leeway. It's an arbitrary like relative, but I try to operate not so close to steady state. So what does that look like? Day 1 is my norm, right? So is my norm, I have to determine what 0 is. When I start on day 1, I know, oh, can I do this for the next year? Right? For the next year. I start knowing I can do something for a specific number of years. Now, it can be very tough when in the beginning because you don't practice the skill. Like when I say you, I'm talking to anyone who feels this way, or how I'm classifying it, where people are focused on learning, but they're not focused on maintenance or practice, right? Those individuals. So you start at steady state, as in, I tell myself when I started WaniKani, I could do this for 2.5 years. Period. It's not going to deteriorate. I have the ability to complete the WaniKani course. That is bare minimum. As in, bare minimum, I will be doing 2.5 years. Now, most people would say, oh, that's great. That's ideal, right? It's ideal. Why is this ideal? Because you're not spending extra effort, and you're not risking failure. You're doing it just right. But what is that just right? That just right is steady state. So that means if anything happens, like if, I don't know, if you got caught up, these are good and bad things. You might be thinking, oh, well, it's not always bad things. Yeah, when you get more interested in manga, that disturbs the steady state. It means you have less time for WaniKani. Because you're always operating on steady state. So any amount of time, any new interest or old interest is actually negatively impacting your sustainability, right? What does that look like? Someone using WaniKani for 3 months and realize, hey guys, something's wrong. It feels like WaniKani, every day I'm just spending on WaniKani. I don't have time to enjoy anime or manga anymore and whatnot. It's because the mindset started with not making time for those things in the first place. Now hear me out. There are plenty of people who don't end up in those situations. And I would like to say one of those people is me, right? But that's not because my mindset is the same here. It's not. It's very different. On day 1, I need to establish a steady state. I start there. Now by day 100, this was my day 1. But I spend most of my time now over here, which will just say +5 in day 100. So now my routine compared to my day 1 is that I'm even more efficient every single day. By the time I got to day 100, I'm no longer operating on steady state. Now I can tell myself I can do this for 5 years and not be burnt out yet. However, my goal stays at 2.5 years, but I know I can do more. So now I don't have to worry, because when something bad happens, or a new game, Clear Obscure, for example, shows up, I can make time for it. I liberated time. I made the process more efficient, and I can reach my goals still because I got better at doing it. I plugged up holes. I constantly look for improving the things over time. So then I can choose if I want to reinvest, all this extra thing and make the new goal 5 years. I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to take those 2.5 years of like whatever extra energy I have and I'm going to invest in a different skill. So that's when HanziHero shows up, right? And I repeat the process over and over again. So how can I illustrate this point? Watch some early videos of how I interacted with something, and then watch what it looks like 100 days later. It's not going to be the same. And if you look at my mood and my ability to do things, I don't lose energy. Like, it didn't get worse. Like, I don't progressively get worse as I'm going. The routine is more efficient. I have more things to talk about. I can reflect on a lot of things. Things improve. It's constantly improving. My mood goes up. It doesn't go down. Like, if you want a life skill forever, something that you can foreseeably do effortlessly, and more of it, it's not based on this type of theory where you're trying to stay steady state. You're being greedy. You're constantly investing and reinvesting in the thing you want. So yes, I'm saying true. You can start with Duolingo Japanese if you have my mindset, something that represents what I described here. Because no matter where you start, you're going to end up being way past your goal. You're going to shoot way past your goal. And you might even decide, I don't even want more. I'll just reach my original goal, and then I'll do other things, and that'll still be considered way past your goal. My goal started with learning some Japanese. Well, and my plans involve 3 languages. But there's always a chance that by the time I'm done, or like my life ends or something, it might not be those languages. But only time will tell. Other than that, right, when someone says, oh, I'm gonna read the Genki textbook, the Genki textbook, and finish that, and then it'll be done with that stage, I'm already planning all the things I'm going to do with the language. Like, slowly, I'm putting in the foundations for the future. And how does this relate to my digression now that started all of this? I'm already putting in the work to set up how I'm going to maintain WaniKani's content in my head. Like, how am I going to do maintenance? So it's coming up. I plan, I work. I plan, I work. And then occasionally I learn. Then I use that to plan and practice and then plan for them. So much unlike that person that constantly says, oh, I only consider certain things for use, which is helpful for me because now I know what they consider as using their knowledge, and it checks out. Yeah, they don't use their knowledge. They don't use the things they learn right away. I try my best all the time. When I learn something and you need to retain it, you use it, you apply it. Not in a singular one-dimensional way. I disagree with people who believe that you compartmentalize things and that limits the way you can use the information you learned. Now, it is great if you only count the singular goal. So if your goal is you only want to speak Japanese, when you learn Japanese, then know that realistically, that is the only skill, and all your skills that you're involving deals with that. And that's fair. I also see from the outside that means you're only going to care about Japanese. You're only going to care about Japanese culture. And over time, your skills in relating to other people who like Japanese culture, but not want to be Japanese, those skills fall by the wayside. They require maintenance. And if you are aware of that, then emotional stability is intact and you might be able to continue to improve and sustain. I don't think that's the case for many of the people I meet because they only talk in one direction. As in, they can only see what they don't want to do, and they can only see what they want to do, but nothing in between. So when they talk to me like, oh yeah, you're just wasting your time. This will keep you from truly understanding Japanese or something like that. I'm like, all right. That only reveals to me that they don't see what I'm improving. There's a reason why I can continue to hear those people say, like many of them actually, the vast majority continue to criticize like, oh yeah, you're gonna quit in a year because you're gonna realize that you can't speak Japanese yet, and you like, yeah, of course I can't speak Japanese yet. Like, I have no problems with that. I understand that if I don't speak Japanese and I don't listen to native content enough or converse with someone who is a native speaker, you don't develop that intuition. I understand what you're saying, but you have no idea what I'm doing, right? That's kind of, with all due respect, right? There is only a one-way exchange of information here. I reflect on the things I do and what they can produce for me. I'm in no way disagreeing with you because I'm not doing those things. So when someone comes in and say, "Oh, imagine you when is Japanese subtitles when?" right? And I'm like, "Well, I haven't done this yet. I'll work towards it at some point." But when would be interesting. Can you see the steps I'm doing to work towards that? Maybe. Right? That's probably where the big dissonance comes from. Where when you talk, it seems like quite one of the biggest flags that I typically look for is if I show interest in that person's goal and I share some ideas, are they open to those ideas? If they are, which typically happens, by the way, and then if that sparks any interest on why I do things that they may not want to do or like to do, would they be interested in hearing my spiel, like this spiel about enjoyment and life skills and sustainability and habit formation? If not, then that's kind of where it ends. I profit, in my opinion, from other people's ideas. I'm only going to share anything I know when I understand that the other person is amenable to it. I myself try to stay amenable as much as possible. So any critiques and whatnot, they will be taken to heart. They will continuously be part of these type of spiels that I have. Like, I haven't forgotten that particular person who spent their time checking in on me to see if they're right. Well, the time you spend checking in on me to see they're right, regardless of what I do, they're gonna think they're right, because when we talked, nothing changes when someone offers counter examples. So this person will continue to believe that they're right regardless of what I do. So I don't spend time having to worry about that. I use it. I use it as an example. I profit from your presence because I'm holding you accountable just as much as I'm holding myself accountable for everything I say and post to YouTube. This is my accountability. I think every day about the things I didn't say, as well as couldn't say, or things that I do say and have said, right? And every day you work on it. So I don't operate on idealism. I think this is probably one of the biggest crutches. I would say one of the top 5 biggest crutches to people's mindsets when they talk about habit formation. Habit formation, consistency is on a knife's edge all the time, and any destabilizing factor throws it off. Like, when was the last time you think about, I'm gonna start running every day, right? So you start day one and you push yourself to the limit, and now you're on the knife's edge. Tomorrow you get in and you're like, now you're slightly below the knife edge already. So you try to get back to knife's edge, right? Here's what I think about people's habit formation. You have a new skill, and specifically we're talking about someone who believes it will become a life skill, as in something to maintain for the rest of your life. Your new skill, you enter, and you're like, oh yeah, it's a learning experience right now. So you start in your discomfort zone and you push up to the knife's edge. This is critical line, right? And then the next day you're recovering, and then you still start somewhere here, but there might be an improvement, right? There might be an improvement. So you're gonna push up to this edge again, and what you hope is after a week, you've pushed so hard that you finally reach sufficiency. As in, now you can kind of see yourself doing it for the rest of your life, provided nothing else happens. Because if it works, right? If the thing works, then keep doing it. Right? But here's where it ends. You're not thinking, oh, I finally reach here, let's go for more. Right? This is minimum. This is minimum to keep going. But the next day you're like, oh, let's do more. Let's slowly do more. And at some point where this was originally, you're here now. You're here. You're here. And then some days, oh, you found a new interest. Now you want to run and sprint. Well, that sprinting will take some of that energy away, right? So how are you going to maintain running while also sprinting? Well, if you consistently talk about making room and adding more things, you're going to have room for that. But instead, I feel most people think 0. This is 100% of their upkeep. And when they want to create a new life skill, right? As in your life. Yeah, our daily bot, indeed. Brokaw. So, our daily life, right? Your life skill is 100%. Your life is 100%. So, whenever you put everything in at 100%, you got to start liberating. Your efficiency should go up. But in my opinion, most people stay at the same efficiency. And I'm not talking about performance here. I'm talking about the allocation of your energy. So you want more skills, right? Like, you want more life skills. Do you have room? And there are many ways to go about this, and it can be compensated. Do you have room? If you're talking about learning Japanese, right? If you're talking about learning Japanese, like, you want to speak Japanese for the rest of your life. How long have you been telling yourself, I need to make time? Or you need to do something? Because if you do, your life does not have room for it yet. But the idea is, through training, practice, reorganization, discipline, you're going to make room. And when you make room, you stop thinking about making time for it. Because it's part of your life. And you might be thinking, okay, well, that's well and good when it comes to time management. Right? You can look at it very narrowly as time management. I don't see it as only time management. How do you become fluent in a language? It takes a room in your head alongside your other language. You no longer think about it as, I need to do this. I do this. Right? And what is that? Habit formation. When something becomes a habit, you no longer need to do it, you do it. Now, you might be thinking, but I often think of habits as things I need to do, right? Need to do. And yeah, it's because it's sustainable. Like you're using it to compensate for something else. So all the things that are destabilizing you, the habits that you have are needed. What are things that destabilizes you? Getting older, so you need to eat better. Because the steady state keeps shifting, right? There in life, there are lots of things pushing you back. So the question is, are you constantly pushing over? Like, I don't stop trying to be healthier. I slowly keep trying to normalize. I keep doing things to be healthier over time, because I know that things keep pushing back. So when you're studying, for example, when you're studying Japanese, if you think that life isn't gonna push you back while you're pushing forward, or it's more like while you're maintaining, that is a very, very poor, in my opinion, poor, naive understanding of the human condition. Human condition will push back. So what are the things that most people may have to tackle when they're studying? Boredom, lack of progress, stagnation. And it goes a lot deeper, but I'm being a little bit reductive so that I don't end up like speaking to myself, ranting to myself for the next 3 hours. But these are consequences. They're not explainers. They don't explain anything. That's why I try to prevent myself from constantly using generalities, but I'm going to tell you, I'm saying these things for the sake of brevity, for the sake of time, this time around. Boredom and lack of progress, the perception of boredom, lack of progress, and stagnation is a consequence of a lack of attempting to maintain things or improve things. If you're only maintaining things, that's when boredom and lack of progress and stagnation will sit. If you're constantly thinking that the same approach, the same thing, and everything is going to always stay the same, that is not only logically fallacious, that is emotionally irrational, and it's not sustainable. Like, you hear me out. It's cyclic. Even when someone says something like, well, you know, I'm 20 years old, I still got 5 good years, right? 5 good years where I'm improving. Like, okay, sure, if you're improving, but hear me out. That's not the same as saying you think everything's gonna stay the same. When someone says this, they're thinking everything's gonna stay the same. How does this feel? Why is this cyclically malicious in logic? When you learn something, It's already not the same. So when someone tells me they do not use the Japanese that they learn, yes, they would think when I'm using Duolingo, I don't use Japanese. When you learn something, in order to recall it, that's a use for it. Now, how much are you going to do other than recalling it? Because for me, recalling it is the least I can do. Like, the minimum thing I can do right now is do my following exercise, which I'm going to do before the end of this stream, and go over mnemonics. Right. This is the routine that I minimally could use. When I say attach, valley, face, drum, zombie, that's using my Japanese. And someone's gonna say, well, you didn't say anything in Japanese. And I'm like, well, I didn't literally say something in Japanese. But you think that knowing those things will help me understand Japanese. It's maintenance, it's practice. Now, I could sit here and do the same thing every day and not do more than that. But it's part of a bigger picture. This is bigger than this. What you literally see is not the end of the use case. So when someone says, I do not use my Japanese on Duolingo, it's, in my opinion, because they can't imagine doing anything else with the Japanese. And for me, when you learn something and you want to remember it, it doesn't matter if you're literally using Japanese. If you are doing more with it, you still have a higher chance of retaining it than assuming it just sticks through simple repetition, which it does. Again, it's bare minimum. It's sufficient. We're talking about this. Everyone's looking for sufficiency. It's shocking because for me, when someone says this is the best method, this is also best. When someone tells me something like, oh, have you used this method before? It's gotten me to learn Japanese. It's really good. If it is the best, that means there's only one thing for this person that actually works, which means it's sufficient to make them learn Japanese. For me, if someone tells me this is the best, thank you, I'll take that. I'll use it when I need it, or when I have time, when I make time to use it. And then they'll be like, well, the thing you're doing is not working. It's like, yes, it is working, but I'll take your method, and if whatever that I have is already working, I will add and make it work even better. Because you're saying that thing works. So now I'm going to determine if that thing works. Because I'm greedy. I don't sit on best, in my opinion. I sit on more. That's better. What you're saying to me, I want to see if the thing you're saying is better. Because I'm constantly looking for better. If I have 3 methods that work, that's better than your one method. If I have 3 things that work for my life, that's still better than the one thing that's working for your life. If your life is constantly built on idealisms, then it doesn't leave room for failures and deterioration. And it also, shockingly, really crazily, does not work for improvement either. When you think you're at your best, you don't think about improving anymore. And when you think you're at their best, anything will knock you off of your best. So this is not incentivized in your mind, in my opinion. And this is garbage. as in this feels awful. So ask yourself how well you understand your habit formation, because these things this is not, in my opinion, one of the grand scheme of things when it comes to developing a consistent habit. Largely because the moment something goes wrong, it falls off the hill, and then the moment someone asks you, well, you can make it work, you shrug and say, it's already gone. It's already too late. So what is that? What does that look like? Someone making a decision. Like, yeah, you know, I'll start Japanese. 1 month later, they quit. And I asked them why. Why did you quit? Like, well, you know, I had to do all of these things. And I'm like, did you not already plan for all these things? Like, no, I kind of thought if I stuck to this thing, that's all I need to know in order to work it. And I'm like, so you've never came up with new problems? You didn't notice at the time that things were not working out, so you can like slightly improve it over time or something like that, like process oriented thinking? Like, no, you let it push you enough, then you quit. There's no fighting back, no resistance, no persistence. A lot of people think this is persistence. I think, to me, discipline is not the same thing as persistence. Discipline is, or persistence is, when things get tough, you push to sufficiency. Discipline is all of the above. When you have an off day and you know it's going to be not sustainable, you push it back to sustainability. That's perseverance. And then when you're there, when you're having a good day or a normal day, you exercise discipline to improve those days. Discipline requires that you know how to improve based on the things that have room for improvement. And at the same time, when you have weekdays, they can be days that you feel off, but let's say you're doing really, really well, and the days that you feel off, you continue to push. Like, my days, they're not close. They're not close to my exhaustion. I already visibly tell people what can't change very rapidly, and that's my voice stability, right? Like, I would love to stream 24 hours if I didn't have to sleep, right? There are things that are incomprehensibly not being able to be substituted. That doesn't mean when I think about sleep, I'm not trying to improve my sleep. Because if I improve my sleep, then I could at least say the sleep is better, and that may lead to other gains somewhere else. So squeeze, improve, but oftentimes this is what I mean by I'm practicing. So we'll go back now to the original thought. Most of the time when I'm learning, it means it's the first time I'm getting the information, right? And ideally, we can all hope to be geniuses, and that after the first exposure, everything else is practice. This is not the case for me. I'm not a genius. As far as I know, I'm not a genius. However, I treat it as though it is practice. Because now I know I should know some stuff. And then what I should know, I need to pay attention to what I don't remember. Yes, it's great that you are also practicing things you remember. This is lower effort. Just remembering the thing. So yes, it's great to just remember the things, but in order to increase the effort is, how do I use it? right? So now not only am I doing other things other than just remembering, I'm also focusing on, oh wait, so what are the things that I forgot? How do I work on that? And then the things that I remember, how do I slowly improve the use case for the things I remembered, right? So that involves explaining things. It involves everything, like video games, whatever downstream you can have, right? And for me, I think people stop at, you learn something, but it's based and locked by, I don't know, a tool, some arbitrary metric most of the time. So to me, when you are doing this, people talk and offer advice. That tells me this is their mindset, right? Let's say, have you considered adding this to your routine? I found that a mixture of these two routines are greater than the sum of their parts, versus you shouldn't do this, you should do this instead. Those are the differences in mindset. And in my opinion, no, I don't think very intelligent people and successful people who have a lot of skills really truly mean never do this and do that. But when they present their content like that, they are incentivized to do that because their target audiences, or most audiences, think that way now. So when someone like asks me, oh, do you think WaniKani is good? As opposed to what? Like, should I use WaniKani? What do you mean should? And give WaniKani a try and see if it adds to you. Like, that sounds a little reductive, but it's very important to understand this, in my opinion, is that give it a try, see if it's a great addition to your routine. Can you make time for this? Can you see yourself consistently doing this? And then what they really were asking most of the time was that, like, oh, should I give up the thing I'm currently doing to replace it with this? And there's no way I would be very like confident to encourage people to do that. The idea is you find that it is efficacious and see what overlaps. If there is sufficient overlap, then perhaps you can make a case for displacement or substitution. But typically, the answer is, why not both? Can you make room for both? If not, work on your efficiency of the thing that already works. And when you're working on that efficiency, you somehow will come to the conclusion whether you want to incorporate something else, because it is going to compensate for the things that you are looking for. So most of the time when someone asks, do you recommend this product? I would explain to the best of my ability what the product does. And then if I know the person or ask the person what they are currently doing, if it complements, and then ask them what their schedule is like already, what their routine is like already. Because regardless of how good a routine is, if you don't have room for it, losing your current routine that supposedly already works is starting back from the beginning, really. It will make you emotionally think that you're starting over, which is a very devastating cycle that people, in my opinion, younger, inexperienced people are in a deadlock about. When you, for example, you can't pick up where you left off. When you start a new tool, it has to be from the beginning, but not from the beginning. and then you complain about how it's redundant because like it's really confusing. Like emotionally you think you're beyond this, but mechanically it doesn't work. What does that look like? Well, I know, for example, I'll use my anecdote. I know that I'll use a tool from the beginning to the end. So like if I know all this Japanese, does that mean I'm going to skip to the results to where my competency is when I evaluate another product that starts from 0? No, because mechanically I'm interested in how they're going about doing that. I have something to learn that isn't dependent on Japanese itself. Now, other people, what they would do a lot of times is they're like, oh, I've used Anki for a year and they've been working on the 4K deck, right? And they remember they crossed the 1K mark. So then they show interest and say, oh, hey, you seem to like WaniKani. Should I pick up WaniKani if I already know this stuff? If you think that you're telling me you know 1K kanji, 4K deck, and if you ask, like if they want to use WaniKani, my answer is no, don't. Because they've already expressed that they think this experience is the same as using a different tool for the same content. So what that tells me is they are results bound. So I'm more likely to lean in no because that's an overlap. To them, they're going to think that learning the same 1K kanji using WaniKani has no value. Because they literally think that the metric that's relevant here to compare WaniKani and Anki is 1K. And that makes sense. That's how people view Duolingo. If Anki gives you 100 characters, kanji, in 1 week, and Duolingo took me actually almost 1 year. Like if you're looking at this, right? Well, not 1 week. 100 kanji maybe is 1 week times 10 weeks. We'll say roughly 10 weeks, right? So yeah, okay. Definitely 10 weeks is looking a lot better than 1 year. Like, yes, it would be if that's the only metric you're looking at, right? If you're talking about scheduling, sentence, looking at kana, all of them, if they're all equalized, then yes, it's true. So oftentimes I ask questions about what is the important metrics to you? And then based on those metrics, I would offer an empathetic no. Like, that's usually how I answer questions. So for myself, why is that important? Because it's important to me when I'm doing this. When someone asks me, oh, this doesn't teach you anything, then ask yourself, why am I doing it? I've already said, I made it very clear, and I will make it clear to any stranger that comes on by. Like, I enjoy learning. Like, learning is my passion, right? I absolutely love learning. And I like to maintain that state of learning as much as possible, right? But what people hear oftentimes is, oh, that means you're 100% learning. You're always learning. Well, yes and no. I'm always learning if it means learning something in a day's time. As in, through the course of a day, I would have learned something. Right? So in order to understand what I'm saying, you have to know what I've considered as learning. So then someone's like, oh, you're always learning. Then wouldn't you want to use Anki instead of Duolingo because it forces you to repeat what you know a lot? And now you might be, if you're on board and you understand my logic, I can't process what I just heard logically. So you're telling me Anki doesn't repeat things a lot. Now you might be thinking, no, of course it doesn't, because if you keep getting it right, it will repeat it less. I'm like, okay, I can agree with you that, because Duolingo will repeat even if you know it, right? But this is where stats start coming in. All right, now Duolingo will repeat a fixed amount of time, so its repetition is locked in, right? Like the course, it's locked in, but there's an asterisk. When you get something wrong, it'll repeat even more. When you get something right, it stays the same over time, right? When you're in Anki, it's fixed in the brain of someone who's an Anki nerd, right? An Anki nerd. It's fixed in the brain that it's always a certain amount, right? And this amount, they believe, is less than Duolingo. That allows them to say Duolingo repeats a lot, Anki does not, right? But hear me out. I just added a modifier to time because I'm being fair. When you get things wrong, repetition goes up. When you get things right, repetition stays the same. You're still going to, no matter what, have to bring yourself up and meet the repetition standards of Duolingo, right? No matter what, you have to solve your boredom. You have to deal with it. Learn how to consistently do that. And you can say, I'm just going to do the same thing. So then you'll get more and more bored. Fair enough, right? We already went over the situation where people don't improve and don't look at how to be not bored progressively as they progressively become bored, right? So that's what this opinion looks like, right? Let me add that dimension to Anki. When you consistently get it wrong, this goes way up. Now Anki's too repetitious because you keep getting the things wrong. And then you're gonna say, well, but it's lower when I get things right. Yes, but it never gets lower either. It doesn't in the mindset of those people. For me, it does get lower. Because when I use Anki or WaniKani, I expect to be here somewhere. I'm going to get some things wrong, which brings me up to here. And some days I'm going to be ideally right and it brings me down. So where's WaniKani right now? Well, I don't make mistakes. But you're thinking, does that mean your volume go down? No, it's still up here. Why is that? Because I keep trying until I get it right. So the amount of time that I spend is different. While someone believes they can always get things right and it'll be a certain amount of time in an ideal case. Like, what if you never make a mistake in WaniKani? That is the least amount of time you'll spend on WaniKani. That's their baseline. My baseline is I'm going to get things right and wrong, but I don't like how WaniKani is doing it. How do I redistribute my time in which I'm trying and investing my time in a way that fits me, suits me a little bit more? So what happens is my sessions are longer because I'm trying more and getting wrong in the time that instead of spreading it across the time, right? So that's where my expectations are. And notice how I put this slightly above Duolingo. Because no matter what, Duolingo doesn't do that. Yes, you can get things wrong a lot, but at some point when you improve the things, it just stays here. So even if it was Anki, if I start doing Anki, it's the same. Like what I mean is this level the principles are very similar. Now, like the outcomes are very similar, unnoticeably. So when someone, it's very poetic when the same person that says Duolingo is very repetitious and boring, it's the same person that says, oh, I tried Anki for a year and then it just stopped working because it became very repetitious and overwhelmed my life. Time. Delta T. Time. In both cases, this person hadn't learned how to maintain improving a habit over time. So then you're wondering, oh yeah, but then Satori Reader comes in, right? Satori Reader comes in, it's like, oh, I love this, I love this. Give it 2 years. Because the dynamics of Satori Readers is different in the terms of how you perceive the volume. So the one way that you can trick yourself, or intuitively, or like, not everyone has to be analytical, right? You can keep doing new things, and one day it'll be new and sustainable long enough that you get to your goal. And then when you get to your goal, you no longer view this as a problem. So you're, in my opinion, if you're one of these people, one of the ideal cases for myself, like if I were to provide a recommendation for those people who like to view the world this way, keep doing new things and then do them, get bored, do new things, get bored, do it long enough that there's a way to track your progress across all those tools to get to your goal. Because once you get to your goal, you kind of basically used your intuition to get there. You don't need to do these analytical things like I'm doing now. Like, can I learn all the kanji in Satori Reader or WaniKani? Both. Should I do both? Maybe. I don't know. It'll work itself out. When WaniKani disappears, I'll go find the next thing to do to reinforce whatever I learned in WaniKani. It doesn't have to be at the same time. It doesn't have to be all at once. It doesn't have to be guaranteed that it's the same thing. It's part of a bigger picture. Because I'm not concerned that I'm going to quit. I mean, other than, dying of old age, that's probably a question that I feel defeats most arguments because it's finite. But outside of that, right? Outside of that, when we're not talking about death and like the inevitability of mortality, generally speaking, I'll be satisfied when I'm alive, right? Well, I'll usually be satisfied when I'm still breathing. And I don't deal with the concern that, oh, what if I did something wrong or something comes up and now I just fell off the wagon? It's like, I'm not only on the wagon, my wagon is getting upgrades when we're going. So I get new tires, if life, right? If life is a vehicle, right, and you're doing a lot in it, there's plenty of things you can do with the vehicle. Your preventive measures, or you could call them preventive measures, but more like saving. We'll say saving for a rainy day. It's not really, but close enough. For those who always feel like they're talking about a steady state, consider it savings. I operate in the positive, right? I'm making money, is what I'm saying. I'm making happy dollars. I'm not spending exactly what I'm making. And I think lots of people do. They spend exactly what they're making. If you feel 100%, you try to do that same 100% for the rest of your life. But that 100% in magnitude doesn't change at all. Like if you can do one job, then your life is for that one job. I typically will be like, well, can I do this job better? Because I want to do another job, 0.2 jobs. Or I reinvest, right? I reinvest. And the job that I used to do, well, I'm doing it better. So I'm actually doing more than what I used to do, right? And someday you're going to get old, you know, things are going to happen and it can decrease, you know, bad days. But guess what? Over time, even on bad days, you'll do better than what you originally did. And that's what language is. Language learning is like this to me. A year and a half ago, I wouldn't be able to say more than 30 minutes regarding these characters. Today, if you paid me by the hour, I will fill every single hour of the day with just these characters. Challenge accepted if you want. Feel free. But there are plenty of things to talk about on these characters. And I don't even have to use Japanese to talk about them, right? Some people are like, oh, but you're sacrificing your Japanese fluency. Yes, but I'm also gaining the retention of all of these characters. So money is where money is invested. And when I mean by money, I usually say happy dollars. Because people don't view their skills as money. They don't view their habits as sources of production, you know, productive sources, or their habits as skills. In fact, the one deep cut that I want to leave in the end of the day is when people look at habits, they don't see the same thing as skills a lot of times. So like, okay, you love Roblox. Can you improve on your habit in Roblox? Can you improve your habits on Fortnite? Neverwinter, for example, I played Neverwinter over 11 years now, across 11 years. Its 12th anniversary is coming up soon. I think it's its 12th anniversary. Jubilee, it's in the summer. So it's in the month of June is when they celebrate their 12th anniversary. And I saw the patch notes and stuff that said is coming again. Yesterday I made a reflection, and those stuff, they're different. They change over time. Like, yes, mechanically it could be me doing the same thing, the daily and weeklies, but I tried my darndest to make it different, better, even streamline, manage my time, right? Despite doing the same thing for over 12 years, it doesn't look like what I was doing 12 years ago. It could be different. It could be worse. You know, it could be worse. It could be better. Ultimately, in the last couple of Neverwinters, it's worse. So what do I fill the extra time that I liberated? I fill it with everything else that I'm doing now. I talk about language learning. I talk about cinema. You know, like multiculturalism during it, because it's better that way. I'm still looking for better things. So when it comes to how much your currency is, right, your life currency, oftentimes productivity, that feeling of productivity is your the ratio of reward over your life currency. And as productivity increases, the reward per life currency goes up. Right. So how much are you doing this? This is the productivity. I do it as a ratio in order to like give a little bit of a internet spin. So for me, I'm constantly pushing productivity. And pushing productivity means that either the reward goes up, which is luck, in my opinion, a lot of times, but we'll put in like 30% mindset. Luck, what is luck? People like it. Like 70%, you're like wondering, oh, but Maku, that means that your reward is predicated on other people. Yes, it is. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, right? Follow me. I'll share some experiences. We'll discuss things. That's 70%. That doesn't mean I don't have control over it. 30% is a lot too. So I can feel good about wanting to change people's lives, or sitting here telling people, or the imaginary person that wants to say, you can do this. You can make your life incredibly productive despite the reality of rewards, right? I understand that what a statistician would say, well, what's the point of trying to make your life feel more rewarding, think more rewarding, when 70% of it is luck? That is the power. That's your power. That's the superpower that you have. And it's crazy. Like, I write it this way because that's how I feel. So when I don't want to cheapen anyone, when someone says, oh, you're uploading to YouTube, of course you want viewers. It's like, yeah, of course I want viewers. They're 70% of my feelings. Like, they give me affirmation, just like any other human. Does it make it look like I revolve all of my choices around this 70%, despite knowing it? No, because I don't have control over them. You can't control luck, right? You can't control that people like you or not. You can't control the things you like are going to be popular or not. So I focus on most of this stuff. And then when luck comes along and someone says, dude, I want to sponsor you, like, we have the same like minority mindset and stuff, let's band together and work together. It's like, all right, let's talk, let's give it a shot, right? That's when luck happens, and that's fine. You can spend your entire life trying to worry about things that you don't have control over, or you do. And then the one that you do have, your life currency, after you're born, I understand, we can partial. When you're born, you have a specific life currency, right? But throughout your life, you have 100%, near 100% control of your life currency, right? All right. I'm a little crazy about this. I don't want to use, we'll say 70% control. And 30% is when life slowly throws things at you, right? Your life currency. Like, your happiness gets drained by things that are inevitable. Getting old, having people drift apart. But the life currency, the total amount of your life currency, the summation of how you can gain more life currency, right? You have control or waste. You choose a lot of times when to use up outside of these 30%, in my opinion. I feel like the sense of control is great. Like, there are things that make people smile when they just stand there for 15 seconds staring at the tree. That breathes life currency. Now, reward and life currency are like two kind of overlapping things sometimes, but this is where I feel that whole feeling of productivity. And productivity can also mean like fulfillment. It can be associated with fulfillment. That's where we go. I don't know where I'm going with this. I can keep going, but I like, this is probably a fairly good place. To increase productivity is to know how to do things that improves reward, your perception of reward, and then welcome and accept opportunities whenever luck throws you some rewards. And then life currency is a thing you have to maintain and or even produce even more of if you're able to. What is that life currency that I usually refer to? It's happy dollars. My streams become longer, my digressions become longer because I have more energy. And where does that energy come from sometimes? Most of it comes from me, and 30% of it comes from, that person that is also part of the 70% when it comes to reward. I get rewarded by the privilege of meeting people or having some anonymous person say they like something that I did, and they don't have to reveal themselves. That's sufficient. These things are fantastic, but they're not necessary. And then these things are fantastic, but also not necessary. My life continues to be productive because I'm constantly trying to reinvest and generate more life currency, while also seizing reward that are within my control. But when there is extra reward, when someone likes a video that I make or found that they were encouraged by me, that means I work harder. My productivity ends up going way up, right? But it's never negative productivity, or at least I try. Rarely does it ever dip. So when we talk about this number line, right, for productivity, I'm already operating like plus 100. So occasional down days, that's fine. Catastrophic days, I could see a dip. Like, for example, my parents are old, so I gotta get ready for this, right? Like, there are going to be days where things are gonna plummet me, but the idea is I am building myself up for all of that. So when it comes to stream and like YouTube, that's trivial. It's trivial to stay consistent. When it comes to stream, YouTube, and studying, still trivial. I'm gonna be more and more, I'm gonna continue to be greedier and greedier as I'm going, largely because I'm focusing a lot of times on improving again and again and again. And some days I will be over, I will be, and you'll probably hear me say it. Hey guys, I need to take a week, right? I need to take a week. I need to recharge. Don't worry, when I recharge, actually I'll come back even stronger for a couple months, right? Because I'll probably take a little bit more than I need. I'm not working on single ideal cases. If there is a time, if you hear me say I'm gonna take a week away, that's like 2 times, that's like a lot more time, like significant, not like super excess, but it's more time than I need, because I don't typically think, I try to be safe but also not constantly be balancing on a knife's edge. I don't push myself at my limit and operate on my limit in either way most of the time. So you'll probably hear me say, hey guys, I'm gonna take it easy. Like today, I was gonna take it easy, but I got some extra energy in the bank. I leave energy not just for not just for my parents, right? I know that I'm going to experience problems, real life problems, my own personal real life problems. But since I operate in the public eye a lot of times, all that extra energy that I have goes to whoever requires it, or whoever asks for it. So when I'm streaming, all this extra energy is going to get consumed in some place. How much of it? I don't tend to drop all the way down to 0. I'll let you know, probably. So the most like aggressive bad day on stream doesn't cause me to tap out, because it doesn't. Like, I literally didn't tap out, so that's a great way to talk about it. I choose to stop though. I know when to stop, and that requires discipline, which people don't have, in my opinion. Most people don't have discipline regarding that. Like, what's your threshold? I stop when my voice gives out, but that doesn't mean the rest of my body gives out. I stop. Hard stop is the voice situation, and even then I can push way past that limit, right? I could injure myself intentionally. I could push so hard that I know that I'm going to be injured, but I'm not going to, right? All right, let's wrap up with our practice of the day. All right, so let's go over harmonics. Attach valley, face, drum, and zombie. And then we're gonna do reads. We're gonna have 2 days. Tomorrow is gonna be a leap day because tomorrow is the day before level up, and it's like a 36-hour period, so it can't fit into tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be maybe 10 minutes. I might come back with a story to fill in for like 30 minutes or something, may make it a little interesting, or I'll take it easy, right? Been looking at Steam sales are around the corner, and I'm really excited to think about adding something different, like a game or something that I want to break up the studying thing, the language learning thing, with some other type of game. Games that kind of like tickle my neurons in a different way. Maybe a puzzle game. We might do a puzzle game. I was thinking either a rhythm game or a puzzle game. Okay. En yo sho en mon ke in su shu su and shu ko yu shin ako ni men en u chi yoku wara e ji an and oh wait, I think I screwed this up. Oh no, this is Ben. Sorry, Ben is that, yeah, Ben. Se ryu du sho ken ki son zon sen bo jo ki an. Right. Piece of cake for now. We'll see what happens in a week from now. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, you're free to follow along, ask a question. I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability. Right. Feel free to share your thoughts. I'd love to hear a great story, exchange some ideas, promote multiculturalism, and maybe intellectual exploration, which was what I spent the last maybe an hour and a half talking about, right? And so for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. See you all next time. I am gonna get up, stretch around, go to the bathroom, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, everyone, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第162天。It is day 162. We had a few trouble ones, right? Few trouble ones. Inflammation as a component. Was it Ge again? No. Yeah, I don't remember the others. Huh. I remember the day before, but not yesterday's. Yesterday's, maybe it wasn't as problematic as I make it out to be. We'll see if they come up. Sure. I remember three or four things. I think a lot of them had to do with vocabulary. I almost have it. Maybe it'll come to me as we're going through our lessons. All right. Oh, one of them is... I think one of them is Jing. Oh, wait, here it is. Oh, yesterday was Ge. Ge was one of the things. Oh, wait, was this? No, this wasn't from yesterday. This was from the previous day. That's interesting. The Jing I'm thinking of is... Right. Yeah. Okay, let's get into our lesson. I was also thinking, man, I didn't talk about this, but I'm kind of sort of either scouting or thinking about producing some background music, right? Whatever I was doing before, I don't think that system works very well because it just doesn't load or anything like that. Because I need to refresh or kind of curate and add more background music. It would be kind of neat to see what's out there. What's out there for like creators on a budget, something like that.
肥胖
肥胖 obesity, fat and fat is obese. 它是肥胖的，
肥胖
No need for that one.
隔离
隔离 separate leave, to isolate, to separate and leave. When you isolate yourself, you leave others and stay in a separate room alone. Quarantine. 隔离 他被隔离了2周 Two is in Japanese.
他被隔离了2周。
他被隔离了2周。
隔离申报
express report, declare. Does this also have to report? Okay, not the same as proclaim. We usually hand over a report that expresses everything we want to inform. Okay, it's declare. 我们每年都必须向 Oh, that's government. Of either. 官部 let's say 广富申报收入 it's 政府 eventually do I have 政府 no I do have both of these in Japanese at the moment 我们每年都必须向政府申报收入 we every year every year have to towards government report our income, right? 收入 so we must declare our income to the government every year. Yeah, that's right.
申报 转折点
转折点 to turn in to turn wait it's to turn to break point. Oh, a turning point. Oh, that's interesting. The turning point is a spot in history where the old ways of things break off and things turn towards a different direction. A breaking point, yeah. So both breaking point and turning point. Interesting. Or an inflection point. 他人生的一个巨大转折点
他人生的一个巨大转折点。
not 转折点 Yeah, really big point. 巨大 gigantic point. 转折点 half tone 转折点
闪电
okay. Thunder plus electricity equals lightning. Or flash, I guess. Flash. Oh no, this is flash versus this is flash plus electricity, lightning. Yes. Fair enough. Not thunder. Not yet thunder. 闪点的连度 or 速度非常快 yeah 速度 speed so lightning's speed very quick or extremely fast oops
闪电
not 闪电 yeah I'm thinking of something else.
肥胖 申报
Oh.
转折点 隔离 闪电
I just refer to it as electricity. I'm thinking to myself, oh, there's thunder. To thunder. I was thinking to my, so how do I express this to my parents? Usually I say like 大雨, right? Like really big rain, and then I say electricity, big rain, electricity. So 大雨点, something like that. But not in those exact words. But I would describe the sky having lots of rain. So there's a lot of rain and there's electricity. So then 大雨点 maybe might be, it's not quite it, but if I were to speak to someone and I would say 大雨, right? 大雨 and 电. If you place it together, you will think of a lightning storm or electricity storm or electricity rain. So then you would get, you know, a thunderstorm or a lightning storm or something of that nature, right? That's kind of the things that I think about when you're using what you know before you know it kind of situation. And I haven't ever known what it was said to. Yesterday we learned thunder, right? I had no idea. What I would do is 声音, 大雨的声音. So, or maybe 音, just 音, 大雨的音. So, like it could be seen as heavy, like big rain sound. But when you think of big rain sound, you're often either thinking about the pattering of rain, like lots of rain, or you're thinking about a big clap, so thunder, right? So a lot of times when I would describe something, it's like, oh, you know, like the electricity that makes a loud noise. So 大雨的大音, right? Like big rains, big sound. Or something like that, where it kind of sounds, oh, that sounds like a child trying to describe something. It's like, well, yeah, it is, because when you're describing things, you learn a lot from people. Like, oh, that you mean, right? That 大雨大雷, right? 大雷, which is like the big storm, big rain is thundering, like 打雷了, right? 今天打雷了，还有大雨，下的大雨，right? Today it's thundering, it thundered, and at the same time there's still a lot of rain, right? It's still raining a lot, or it has big rain. It still has big rain. So that's kind of how I'm using Japanese as well. It's like, well, I know all these vocabulary words. Let's just stick them in with particles that you would link them and go for it, right? In fact, I don't know how to say thundering in Japanese. All I can think about right now is something like reikiki or reikiki. But that has nothing to do with the vocabulary I learned in WaniKani. I was thinking of like how to say lightning in a video game or like in a card or something. It's like raikiki or raijiki or something. I have no idea how to say thundering at the moment. Maybe that's closer to lightning. Who knows? We'll learn in the future. I only know how. I keep it at heart all the good stuff like haru or hare, right? Hare to be like clear, sunny, right? And then haru, the spring, right? Something bright, like akarui. Okay. Dale. To strike the ground with thunder. To thunder. Okay. Fine. 外面在打雷。
外面在打雷。
打雷。申请。
申请。Express. Invite. Yeah, I gotta remember invite. Express invite. To apply for a job is to express your interest by inviting yourself to take up the position. Alright. 申请我想申请 we're gonna go with 脸灯 it's not. Oh, 签证 签证 I don't think I got that visa. 签证 I might have got visa. I don't remember it now as these characters. I'm not sure. I don't think the left one is definitely traditional. It's not simplified. No, that I'm not. I think the right one might be the same. So 签证他正在申请大学 Oh, okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh.
申请雷达
Thunder 打 To attain thunder. I guess this is sound. Works by sending out small sounds like thunder in order to attain information about the surroundings. 雷达 this is a borrowed word. 雷达 It sounds like radar. 雷达 Probably it. 雷达 Maybe. Loan word, yes. 雷达 what was our yesterday a loan word was a problem. What was it? 修课 right? 修课 I still need to remember 修课 for shop. Okay. They don't happen very often. Loan words don't happen that often. But when they do, it can be problematic for the workflow. 雷达可以用来 something 飞机 what is that again? 飞机 something 床 oh no 床机的 way something. Oh my, that there's quite a lot. 探测飞机货 Oh no, I should have known 货 Yeah, 货 is weak. That's probably gonna get resurrected for sure. 货雷达可以用来探测飞机或船只的位置 Okay, so we don't know 置 this we don't have yet, but it's 知 Yeah, we don't have this yet. Okay. And then these two 探测 detect have a different detect though. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I have a different detect. Military grade radar. Gun. I don't know what gun is in Chinese. 军用 That makes sense though. Oh, 军用 Okay. 军用 军用
军用雷达、
makes sense. Army use. Okay. 雷达
雷达、肥肉、
肥肉 fat meat fatty meat 有些人喜欢吃肥肉 I do. I quite enjoy fatty meats, but that is like a special occasion, like a very special occasion, maybe once a year occasion.
肥肉、闪亮、
It's basically the one time that I'm guaranteed to be away. 响亮 It's not that I don't like going outside and socializing and participating in social events. People around my life are not quite demanding people, and they probably behave similarly. I feel like they're incredibly content with life and appreciate the pitter patters of life's idiosyncrasies and hobbies. So it rarely creates an opportunity, a substantial opportunity to engage in social encounters. I do have something that I should do this year, though. I might be out of the house more than once this year. It's kind of nice. 响亮 I look forward to seeing what the future holds. Maybe I'll be outside of the house or more often. I mean, if I'm guaranteed once, twice is 100%. It's double. That's how I think about it, I suppose. 响亮 flash, bright, sparkling. Something that's sparkling is shining to the point it gives off flashing of light. Glittering, shining, fair enough. 星星在夜空 interesting 夜空响亮 it says 夜空 so it's like night sky, but this only says sky here.
星星在夜空闪亮，
响亮 but it really is referring to the night sky. Stars in the night sky are shiny.
闪亮、打雷、
打雷
雷达、
打
肥肉、
肥肉
闪亮、申请、
申请
折断、
折断 hit break wait hit break oh no break oh yeah right not hit a break hit is team hit is the spike. Imagine to break means to break. What do you have? How did Duan work? Right. Wait a minute. Dumbledore? Or break? How did it work? Oh. I totally forgot the mnemonic because we've been filling out one for some time now. Right, Joe is our new one. Taboo. Taboo. 小心 Taboo 小心折断了坏了 Oh 坏子Taboo 小心折断了坏子 The chopsticks 坏子 not 坏子坏子
折断隔日
隔日 Separate days. Every other day refers to days that are separated by one day. Or the next day. Yeah, interesting. But the next day. The following day. I used to say next day before, and it does deal with Chinese. The next day, but they're referring to the day after the next, sort of. It's usually referring to the day after the next. But then I stopped using next day and I started saying the following day. So the following day after the next, because it's every other day. It's the next day, as in not tomorrow, but the next day. And that type of thing is where I always found very peculiar when it comes to English. And it's also very peculiar in Chinese, but less so in Chinese because my vocabulary is limited. And this is a funny thing. Like, oh, I'm going vacation next week. Do you mean this coming week or the following week? Because the next week could be the week after the next. But oftentimes people may say like, oh, the next week or like next Friday. Do you mean this coming Friday or the following Friday? And I often ask that largely, habitually, at all times. Like, yes, it's a little bit of a nuanced thing, and you could say, oh, but native speakers always refer to this. It's like, no, not really in English. In my opinion, that's rarely the case in English. When someone says next Friday, they could mean the following Friday, not this Friday. The next Friday, as in the next week's Friday. And this plays into next day as well. Whew. And I understand this as every other day, the following day, the next day, every other day. And it also, I think it happens in Japanese as well. When they're referring to next time, they're talking about the following time, I think. Or sometimes when they say next time, they mean this time, but then the following next time after this one. They kind of just fill it out, I suppose. 隔日吃一片 隔日吃一片 一片 Oh, you can just use a tablet. Oh, you can refer to a tablet as just 片. Interesting. Alright.
"隔日阵地
阵地阵地阵 battle formation and land or ground. The part of ground where a battle formation is its position. Okay, military position. I see. Recapture a position. Recapture something 回 something 回阵地夺会
夺回阵地，
夺回阵地。I don't know what hold is. 守住。Hopefully that has something to do with holding. Ooh. That doesn't help too much. Huh.
阵地，
阵地。Okay.
夜，
Yeah. Ha. Yeah. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, which has a large electric tree in the middle. The core. The tree has flowers. And leaves. And tree, flower, leaves. Oh, that's pretty good. And the leaves are scattered all around the tile floor. Yoshi goes around picking up the electric leaves with his tongue, and each one shocks him slightly. This is his job, cleaning up the electric leaves from the electric tree in the bathroom. Alright, sure. With his tongue, of course. He goes picking up with his tongue. Yes. Cha ye. Tea leaves. Got it. Shu ye. Tree leaves. Zhu ye. Bamboo leaves. Willow. Liu ye. Mulberry leaves. That's awfully specific. Look at that character. Sang ye. Mulberries.
夜，
Yeah.
见，
Yeah. Gradually. 3-parter. These ones can get a little confusing if I don't pay attention. Because I read from left to right, I still have the obvious habit of reading from right to left. So if I only read the first 2 characters, sometimes my eyes become blind to the third one. Like if you're reading very quickly, you might take shortcuts and don't read the third character. So things like shu, right? Shu, zhu, zhuo, shu, zhuo, xie. They're like three characters stacked next to each other. Formation. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he is washing a very dirty car in the bathroom. I feel like the bathroom can now be a garage for certain things like the pawn shop. They have stored down there. Down there. Bathroom. Okay. He sprays it with a cleaning spray. Sure. Then uses a hoe to gradually scrape the gunk off. In this manner, he gradually cleans the car. Okay. Gradually scrapes the gunk. Okay, I got you. High tech stuff though. High tech. Like a special formulated spray. And some high tech, like, hoe. Or scraper. I feel like the radical hoe can be any form of scraper. Something with a blade or something. A gradual progress. 渐进. 逐进. What is that? Pursue gradually, okay. Oh, of course. Step by step. Oh no. That's not what I thought they were gonna use. Interesting.
见，
Okay.
折断，
Okay.
夜， 阵地、
Mm-hmm.
隔日、
Mm-hmm. Right.
见、
All right. Construct. Go. Why do you look so familiar to something else? Oh, Jian. It looks a lot like Jian. I think the left side's different. I don't know how it's different now. Go. Gandalf is in the bathroom of the bakery. Okay. Where he is trying to construct a rack. Okay, bathroom bakery. He uses his magic staff, which can be confusing because Gandalf and Dumbledore. Okay, he uses his magic staff, but I guess Dumbledore is more of a wand, right? He uses his magic staff to take a tree. To make a tree grow out of the tile ground. Actually, that's pretty apt. And then start constructing a wire mesh around it to form a rack. As he does this, he snacks on some croissants and that are piled up in the dry sink. Okay, all right, that works. Nice structure. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. Hide construct. Oh man, Jie is bad. Oh, and what I mean by bad, Jie gets pivot all the time for tying things together. I feel like I could think this with a different meaning for Jie, because I'm not getting straight reorganize, formation, unite, and then all the other pivots of Jie. I'm starting to realize that Jie is pretty much a big bottleneck, right? You have the idea of forming, reorganizing, uniting, merging, combining, so that kind of thing. And then you have all the other uses of like tying things together, like in a summary, right? In a summary, overall, total situation. And then now we have like the tying in construction terms, like building terms. So I could kind of see Jie being part of like establish, create. Man, Jie is. We gotta start sorting out. Actually, now that I think about it, I should look at what I have. Right to combine. So 结合. So to combine in order to be suitable, and then 结论 conclusion, right? Which is next to summary, 总结. So you could get conclusion and summary kind of mixed up, because if you're tying together a theory, it could be a summary too, in the same way that 总结 is. I could have sworn there were more than this, but it can be mixed up with other forms of dealing to put things together. In fact, all the organization ones are not here. Oh, because maybe it's dealing with 和. Yeah, so 结婚 and 团结 and 结合 are sometimes mixed up. And then I think the other one was 和 to fit. Yeah, and then this is where it gets confusing, because then you have compose, which is the problem one. It's funny because it's the first one. 合成 to become suitable or to suit one thing, so it's composing of the products. Then 合理, but then we get into 结合 combined with all the others like 合格 and 合并 combine and merge. Anyways, I have some reservations about 结 and 合 结 and 合. So anyways, 结构 机构 organization. Oh really? Oh no. Okay. Fictional 书构 Interesting. Tiger, cactus, and ground.
构
Okay.
一
Our second yi, our third yi, actually. To depend on Slenderman and dress. Yoshi is in front of the house, hanging out with Slenderman. Unfortunately, their dress has a hole in it. Yoshi can depend on Slenderman to mend it since he is a tailor, which is why he always wears a suit. Oh, that's a cute one. Man, this turn ended up being more of a Slenderman prompt than a Yoshi. So Yoshi... Okay, their tire has a hole. I think I'm gonna change this up a little bit. So Slenderman is Yoshi's bud, right? They're kind of mythical together. So Yoshi's in front of the house and he's wondering what to dress up. Like he's looking for a proper formal dress. So he depends on Slenderman because he's a very good tailor. That's why he's always wearing a suit. So Yoshi's depending on Slenderman to make him a formal dress for wherever, because he's a dino, right? Dinos don't really have formal dress, so you gotta get a custom tailor to start working on it. Slenderman to be dapper and scary. Oh, to depend on. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Depend on, to lean on. Exhaust, unchanged. Well, that's gonna take a look.
一线
Xian, a limit. Huh. What type of limit? Silver and hills. Do I have copper and hills? I don't think I have copper and hills. It's gonna get wild when I start seeing copper and hills. That's the only difference. It's the difference of a drop. Yeah. Xena's in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Alright, where she is stacking silver bars on the tile floor. There are hills of them, and Xena goes to the very top of one and puts a single... You know what? Hills could also be substituted with piles. There are hills of them, and Xena goes to the very top of one and puts a single silver bar, wedging it between the top of the hill and the ceiling, and using the butt end of her sword to jam it in. The hill has reached its limit in terms of height, clearly. I see. Okay, I got you. I got the imagery down. We're good. Oh, 期限. Okay, period limit. 无限 infinite. No limits. No limits, infinite. Nice. Okay.
线
Or limitless. Interesting. Maybe I should rename myself to like 无限. Oh, that's a cool name. 无限. No limits. That's pretty cute. Obviously, I'm not going to, but 无限 is cool. 年. What is this? A hair? Or an excuse? To avoid. To be excused? That'd be interesting too. Oh no, it doesn't. It's just avoid. Alright, Mickey Mouse is in the basement of the pawn shop, chasing a hare. Intriguing. That somehow got trapped down there. Something about a mouse chasing after a hare is kind of funny. Chasing a hare that somehow got trapped down there. Every time Mickey gets close, the hare avoids him by going to the opposite side of the room. Mickey gets a secondhand taser. Whoa. Calm down, Mickey. And tries shooting the hare with a taser, who similarly avoids the... Okay. Well, no one said that Mickey was very good at capturing things, huh? But does this check out for Mickey? No, it really doesn't. Maybe remove the taser thing, right? So Mickey's chasing after a pawn shop selling a hare. That's kind of weird. So Mickey is running down to the basement of the pawn shop, chasing after a hare that stole a priceless, a priceless vintage ball or something, or a vintage object, right? So Mickey gets there, and the hare is trying to avoid Mickey. What could the priceless object be? Maybe like, I don't know, a priceless Disney artifact of some sort. And the hare is doing its best to avoid Mickey from capturing it. Return the priceless Disney artifact. Maybe a wand or a wizard's hat. Something I can imagine Mickey being involved in. Oh, yeah, 免费. That's right, 免费, free. Avoid fees, free. 免费. 以免 avoid 以免. Interesting. Similar avoid. Mutual avoid. Oh, wait. No, not similar. This is avoid. How does this work? 以免. To use. Oh, that's right. To use. This one's gonna stink when it comes back around. This is where Yoshi does the pew-pewing. To use. Actually, yeah, like Yoshi goes to the basement of the house where there's a person hanging from a hook. Oh, that's a hook. And he like shoots it. Shoots the hook and the person drops down free. Alright. Yeah, man. Nope. Okay.
免
Alright.
幼
Yo. Young? Oh boy. Okay, Yoshi is in the bathroom of the bakery, where he is watching a bunch of cocoons hatch. Out of them comes a bunch of young muscular arms onto the tile, and Yoshi gives each of them a small piece of croissant and bits of his green spotted eggs. Okay. Alright, that works pretty well. Let's imagine. Okay. Alright. I got you. Oh, 年幼 works too instead of 年轻, which is also youth and young and stuff. Oh, it's used for kindergarten. 幼儿园 Okay. 幼稚园智 Interesting. Childish 幼稚 Oh. 幼稚 So 幼稚园 Childish Garden Park
幼
Alright. Okay.
够 一 右
Wait, I totally forgot what the meaning is. Oh.
线
Mhm.
免
Mhm. All right. Okie dokie. Try to lock in.
急赶
What? Oh.
贵族
这位女士来自一个古老的贵族家庭。
房屋
我们正在找一间新房屋。
静
Oh.
本来
她本来明年想去台湾。
东亚
中国是东亚的一部分。
护士
我妹妹是护士。
艺品
手工艺品。
Oh, I guess we could write artwork to be a bit more specific.
艺术
意大利的艺术。
之间
这两座城市之间的距离很远。
甜点
这个甜点太甜了。
苹果
这种苹果很好吃。
得到
你得到那份工作了吗？
中世纪
中世纪是欧洲的一个重要时期。
中世纪
想见
我想见你很聪明。
maybe like infer look
试用
我想试用一下。
Hmm. Of the time? Or wait. 这两座城市之间的 like of the between. I think they didn't accept it, but
短期、
短期投资、
动作、
舞蹈动作、
动作move make excuse me Produce.
圆、
Oops. Oh, that's the one. I want to see. It's kind of hard. Whoops. I think I want to expand that.
头痛、
我最近头痛很严重。
男朋友、
我有男朋友。
可是、
可是我找不到他。
Yeah, but still the same. Like want to see or think, see, ears or to infer. Yeah, to infer to. I need some context. Honestly, to think is fine. Well, and I was pivoting too far away because of inferring.
"碰面、
中午与他碰面。
YOLO. I don't remember.
零、几、
Okay. What? Oh, I missed the 5. Probably want. I'll just type Viet.
城墙、
城墙豁口，
比、除了、
除了下雨，我每天都去跑步。
Oh, that's a complete. Wait. Am I being a butt? What? Oh.
基础、
一家新公司的基础，
外交、
外交通向和平，
始终、
他始终爱着初恋的情人。
进展、
工程进展很顺利，
直达、
火车直达上海。
That 9.
冬季、
冬季是4季之一，
始、
Oh. Yay. YOLO.
有时候、
他有时候走路去工作。
尺寸、
这个尺寸太大了，
尾巴、
一条大鱼的尾巴。
Oh no, Q. You. What?
户、
Wait, what is going on? What do they want from that? Am I going? I think I'm going down a rabbit hole.
阵容、
这个音乐节的阵容很棒，
Yeah. What is happening? Oh no. I don't remember you. YOLO.
树、优秀、
这支团队非常优秀。
It's gone. Oh.
急忙，
他急忙赶回家。
切断，
切断敌人的退路。
Oh no, this can't go on. That can't go on.
嘴巴，
请张开嘴巴。
客户，
我们的客户很满意我们的服务。
巨大，
巨人是巨大的。
车子，
他没有车子。
餐馆，
我们总是去那家餐馆吃饭。
群，耳机，
我的耳机坏了。
啊！
采，
What?
绿，超级，
超级大国。
Okay. I mean, I'll give it to you. Oops. Wrong tone.
哈，意，
Oh, no. That's benefit.
落户，
我们最终在一个小镇落户了。
害虫，
这片农田有很多害虫。
围困，
敌军围困了这座城市。
What? Oh. Wait. I gotta look at that again.
先后，
他们先后入了座。
It is like right after, like immediately. Maybe like we'll write like immediately after.
秀丽，
这座城市有着秀丽的风景。
竹，
Do you like it? Do you like HanziHero? Are you using HanziHero, James Brand? Oops. Typo.
者，尺子，
我家里有一把尺子。
I'm gonna say right after successive.
也，碰，虫子， 弱，
哦，嗯，
多，恶化，
他的病情恶化了。
暖气，
我们家有暖气。
warm air, warm something. All right, what am I doing here? What's happening? Oh, I typed the wrong thing that I wanted to test. To YOLO. No, why am I drawing a blank on that? Oh no, I lost it. Gone. Oh, okay, I got it back.
售票处，
售票处在大楼的1楼。
江水，
漂浮在江水上。
恶意，
他的话没有恶意。
必，
Okay.
意，
I still wait, we gotta. Hey, I'm drawing such a blank on the. Is that so? It is. Oh.
四季，出，
I've been typing the wrong thing over and over again. Oh, this is not a good one. All right, I got you. Oh, I typed the wrong.
古，至，
智 not 字智智 YOLO. That's not good YOLO. Oh, that's not a good YOLO. like vapor, steam, warm temperature. Oh, they're going. Oh, that's a heater. That's a heater. Yes. Right. We worked on that.
卷
And this was. Oh. Just kidding. Wait. No. No. Okay. I'm gonna YOLO. Let's YOLO.
领
Okay.
火 创新
我们必须创新。
Okay. Oh, innovate. Wait.
门票
他买不起门票。
That's really a syringe. Bro, this is. That is not a syringe. A trombone? Bone. And what? Oh. I had you. And now I don't have you. Is this? What are you? I want to say. Nope. Don't know yet.
饿死
他饿死了。
井
Modified. YOLO.
急 多媒体
他是一位著名的多媒体艺术家。
Oh no. I'm drawing a complete blank all of a sudden. It's not. That's not what I think it. Oh, okay.
缺 值得
这本书很值得一读。
票，龟，
What? Oh. Oh, ka. What is this? What is that? Hmm. I remember something. This is definitely modified. I guess this is gonna block. Oh, I typed. Oh, it's oh, but I typed who probably, and I thought I typed who. And how did that work? Oh, that's supposed to be a modified yard sign. That was from
带来
yesterday.
他给我们带来了好消息。
呼，
Hmm. I don't know why.
继而，
他先是停下来思考，继而做出了决定。
Okay. Then.
合并，
这两所大学已经合并。
他，末尾，
Hmm. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't look at that.
好听，
语声很好听。
Hmm.
啤酒，
这种啤酒真难喝。
破产，
他们将会破产。
破产。What? What? 破墙 break products. Oh.
.领带，
你会打领带吗？
Blue collared.
疼痛，
疼痛感让他无法入睡。
证据，
法庭需要更多的证据。
经历，
个人经历，
What? Oops. Oh no. Like topple? Okay.
倒，凉水，
把面放在凉水，
Dang it. What? Hmm.
性，酷，乐器，
我喜欢演奏不同的乐器。
世界，
世界每天都在变，
台，
More platform. I should really add machine to it.
属于，
这些书属于图书馆。
突破，有，
Oh no.
尖，
Oops.
特，甜，分散，
活动结束后，人群分散了。
转变，
世界观的转变，
Transform? I guess I transform and turn into or Oh no, that's just a necktie, not blue colored. That's a necktie. Whoopsies. Or change it.
像，
Oh, that's an elephant. Whoops.
受伤，
很多人受伤。
No. I am not thinking clearly about that one.
佛，人群，
我不喜欢人群。
变成，
经验会让你变成更强的人。
Or to turn into. All of them kind of are very similar. Mm, 直接 Oh. What? What? I want to say, yeah, so what is happening? I am having a block. Oh. Don't want to. That's a one-off. One of the occasional. Yeah, to change into, to turn into. There are so many. This is fine. I don't think I'm gonna. Whoops. Oh, Jedi. Whoops.
接待，
I think I'm okay today. We're just speeding along a little bit here. Getting closer and closer. I think we're expecting it to be the 1st of July, probably, or the first week of July. Is when we're gonna start reviewing what to resurrect. There's only one die. Careful about that though. Yeah, die. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Jian. Right? Jian. Yeah, Jian. Go. Yi. Nope. Yo. Jian. Mian. 肥胖 珍宝 I can't see. That look like it's draw 转折点 转折点 wait 转折点 yeah 转折点 转折点 隔离想店想店打雷雷达雷达雷达 payroll 响亮申请这段阵地隔日隔日隔日 Okay, so we have Yoshi going off into the bathroom of the electricity plant where he's employed to clean up clean up an electricity tree that has electrified flowers. Wait, what's the middle thing supposed to be? And leaves. Chalking his tongue every time he's cleaning. But what's the middle thing? What was that supposed to be? Not world. Oh, it's supposed to be leaves too. Oh, okay. So it was doubling on itself. That's fair enough. That's where I lost the leaves. Okay. Now Jimmy Neutron making his way to the bathroom. Oh, the pawn shop. An extravagant pawn shop. Where there is a car that he's responsible for cleaning. So he uses a high-tech spray and a converted hoe. Do what? Again. to gradually clean the car, right? Now we have Gandalf making his way to the bathroom of the bakery, where he's tasked with creating a shelf where he magics in a tree from the tile, breaking through the tiles, surrounding it with some wired mesh, and to create like a rack. In this case, it's a modified rack. Wait, I lost the meaning of this. Oh, to construct a rack. Okay. Then we have Yoshi outside the lawn of his house, chilling with Slenderman, and was inquiring about a formal dress for a dino, right? For a dino. And he believes he can depend on Slenderman, his buddy, to provide a tailor-made dress for Yoshi. Okay. Then we have Yoshi again making his way to the bathroom of the bakery, I believe, where he's incubating, watching newborn things from the cocoon, maybe like insects that produce silk or something, right? Silk. But they're muscular arms, which is kind of weird. Ugh, okay. The birth of muscular arms, and just give them a cocoon. Or croissants. But what was the... I lost the meaning of this in this whole thing. I lost the meaning. It's gone. What is he doing? Looking after the cocoons that become muscular arms. Yo, oh, young cocoons. Right. Okay. That's fine. Oh, that one's pretty tough. So now we have Xena working in the bathroom of the pawn shop where they're stashing away a bunch of silver. In fact, there's so much silver, it's being stashed into hills or piles. And you have Xena smashing in with the butt end of her sword to the tippy top, to the limit of the ceiling of gold. Right. Stashing away gold in the bathroom. Then we have Mickey Mouse, who made his way into the basement while in the hot pursuit of a hare that stole something. We're gonna say that stole something from the Disney vault. And while Mickey is chasing him, the hare is doing its best to avoid being captured. Right. And then our thing of the day, where I basically... two things, actually. The last thing is important. What was the last thing? Die, right? I drew a blank on die for some time and didn't really want to think about it. So die, which is to treat. And it was part of to receive. 接待. It took me, I wasn't gonna spend the time to like connect it back, so that was on me. And then there was one other, and that was... oh, I had it now. I think one thing that I would 想见, right? 想见 is a bit of a crutch. that what I'm looking for? Which is infer. To infer. It's something that I should be okay with, but it caused me to pivot when I was saying like assume or expect. Let's make sure. Oh no, it's just that. No, that's xian. So that's where I was getting mixed up in the beginning. I immediately imagined xian instead of jian. Okay. The other ones are okay. I think they're fine. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. I'm gonna watch this later. Yes, yeah. And as always, feel free to stop on by, drop your comments, right? Exchange some ideas, banter a little bit, reflect, right? I like bantering and exchanging stories. It encourages people to reflect on their experiences and then also focus on disseminating and explaining that stuff. I think there's a lot of skills to be gained when engaging in developing another skill, which is what I spent like 2 hours in WaniKani kind of ranting about a little bit. That there's much to be gained despite having to put in the hours of practicing, right? When you're practicing, certainly you can make an argument that is a quote-unquote a less efficient use of time when you're considering the progress, right? You could practice a lot and it can be too much, but too much practicing, in my opinion, implies that that person is developing a singular skill and doing the same thing over and over again at not. So yes, it would be great to liberate that time and contribute it to a different skill, because you have diminished returns when you practice very egregiously, or hyper focusing on learning, which you get diminished return because of retention, right? Because where you could consistently be learning, you could also be practicing. So that type of thing. But it's more, in my opinion, more of a holistic take, where you could be practicing, you can also be thinking about how the practice is going, spending time evaluating and reflecting on how you know, what you know, and are there any things you can do in response. So practice breeds improvements, provided you have the skill set to do so. I often think it is very difficult for individuals to innovate introspectively or like troubleshooting without literal or explicit feedback from someone else. So hey, if you want feedback, oftentimes encouraging yourself to share your feedback about yourself, as in expressing your own stories, anecdotes, and learning patterns, and exchanging that with another person, that involves being amenable to the other person's maybe contrasting, if not different and or similar story beats, that can lead to natural and intuitive introspection, right? So everyone is more than free to welcome to drop their thing and stay, perhaps for some discussion. If you don't stay, that's perfectly fine. It benefits me, obviously. It's a one-way exchange, but for the other person, perhaps not so much. Anyways, until then, if you are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. And I'm going to get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Duolingo Japanese. Thank you, thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は313日目です。It is day 313. Alright. Duolingo Japanese. Hold up. Okay. So, we completed our first unit back from our continuation. Kind of a similar, somewhat slow going thing because this is more of the back burner one now, where we're kind of cycling between Duolingo Spanish and Japanese in order to provide an alternative, some additional engagement in between. And it's gonna take some time, right? It's gonna take some time to get to the end. The idea is track along, add a little bit of additional engagement, add some converging points on our usual routines. So in order to do this, now I am carrying the previous construct forward, right? And we're gonna try to carry and do the same thing, the double construct thing that we're going on. So we're gonna try to iron out a routine. It has to happen. We would need 2 units, at least past 2 units, to see how the routine turns out. So for a unit, we're going back to unit 79. And let's start. The previous unit dealt with money stuff. Yeah, okanemochi. Right. And there's ginko. Ginko. This. Things we can do at a bank. Yokin. Yokin suru. And hikidasu. Hikidasu. Oof, those are a little big. There's Ojiru. And hiraku. Hiraku. This involves a bank account. Koga. No, koza. And information, yeah, PIN number, unsure, or verification, ansho. And these can be linked. So account number and PIN number or PIN. Bango. Bango. Use a form to do stuff. So yoshi. Also checks. Kokitte. Kokitte. And that's a pivot. And you can write these. Pivot. We have do maji. Actually, try it this way. Going over here. Related terms. No maji. There's also to fill in or to fill. Kinu. Kinu or kinu suru. Signature. Right. And sign. Right. So pseudo verbs. Where do we go? Kaikeishi. Kaikeishi. Or who do we interact with? Wobble wobble. Kaikeishi. Things we can learn from the accountant. Zandaka. Our balance, right? Our balance. Get cash. Genkin. And exchange money. So 령아의 I think this is sudo. Okay. And we do those things so we can pay for things, right? So 시하라우 시하라우 and things characterize that. Yeah, betsu betsu. Betsu betsu. Otsuri. Otsuri and receipt. Receipt is a rough one. Do shu. Yeah, do shusho. Do shusho. Do shu. Do. Yeah, and I believe that's it. That's all the stuff from previous unit. So it's only on half of the screen because the other half will likely be dedicated to the next unit, which is this current unit. So those are all our vocabulary. Most of the stuff is characters that are either I know them in some way, shape, or form. I think there were about 4 that were new, and the vocabulary is relatively new. A lot of the vocabulary is actually new. All right, so let's get into our unit, our current unit, Unit 80. What trouble we can get into. Describe the outdoors. この池は泳ぐには what? Oh, at the shallow. Asaskimas? Oh, no, wait. Oh, maybe? Yeah, I think it's still asa. Yeah. We're gonna go with asaskimas. Interesting. That's an interesting conjugation.
この池は泳ぐには浅すぎます。
Asaskimas. Interesting. 山の中に空木 No. 空気はとても綺麗です。That's fair.
山の中に空気はとても綺麗です。
とても綺麗です。山の中に空気はとても綺麗です。このホテルからそう。Oh, Fujisan. Oh, that's an interesting way to say Fujisan. I think Fujisan is still written as Fujisan, but they're just introducing kanji because why not? I'm pretty sure because that's Fujisan. Interesting. So it uses that character and that character. Huh. So G is a read for Chi. And that, I don't know if I have that yet. It's probably something like Dan Or like the other reads, but Fujisan. Oh, it could be Fu because of prosperity and wealth and happiness thing. That makes sense. So Fujisan ga miemasu ka? Could you see? Yeah, miemasu ka? Can't you see Mount Fuji from this hotel? Yeah. Kono hoteru kara from this hotel. Eh something. Something kara. Oh, mado. Ne? Or mado kara or window. I think it's mado. Mado kara Fujisan ga kirei ni miemasu.
窓から富士山が綺麗に見えます。
綺麗に見えます。綺麗に見えます。富士山。
窓から富士山が綺麗に見えます。
綺麗に。Alright. Forest. Oh no. Do I have a 3? I'm not sure if I do. Mori? Maybe Mori ni wa Okina lake. Okina lake ga arimasu. Lake. I don't think I have lake, but it could sound something like ooh.
森には大きな湖があります。
Oh, Mizuni. Oh, yeah, right. Mizu.
森には大きな湖があります。
Mizumi. Right, Mizumi. Or is it Mizumi? No, Mizumi. I think there's two more Mora there, but it could just be Mizumi. No, that doesn't sound right. Mizumi.
森には大きな湖があります。
Alright, I still remember some stuff from my 7 exercises. Oh yeah, I forgot the Japanese course changed in length. Oh no, it's not like the Spanish course where it's always 5. Alright. Hikaru. Okay, Hikaru is fine.
光ります。
Hikarimasu.
光。
太陽. Alright, we got some tsuki.
月が光っている。
月がっている。
月が光っている。
Oh yeah, 光っている。光っている。The moon is shining. Okay. 光っている。Oh yeah, that's right. We also have this verb phrase. To be doing. Yeah. Okay. Alright.
空に太陽が光っている。
空に太陽ね。太陽が光っている。The sun is shining in the sky. Fair enough.
星。
太陽は星です。
太陽は星です。I think these might actually be new. I don't remember. I don't think I have 太陽 or 星 or 月 or 月 for the 3, right? But we now have WaniKani, so these should be review so far. I don't think anything is new at the moment. So I'm largely just focusing on the particles and whatnot again. The particles, the conjugation, and reminding myself of the grammar stuff now once again. The sun and star, or the sun is a star. That's fine.
星が光っている。
星が光っている。I like this. 光って。So, te form. and then iru existence. It's interesting that it's iru. Hmm.
あそこの空気は汚かったで
あ
す。
そこの空気は汚かったです。汚かったです。
あそこの空気は汚かったです。
Oh, no, wait. 汚か。Yeah, 汚かったです。Oh, 汚い, right? And in past tense. So the air over there was dirty. So the air was dirty. There, yeah, that's fine. Like the air there was dirty, that's fine too.
空気、
空気、
太陽、
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 星、
星、
メダル、ゴルフ。Man, they really like ゴルフ。
空気、
メトロ、太陽、月、
好き、
月が、光っている。光っている。Can you see the, okay. 月が
見え
見えますか？
か
好き、
月は bright。月は明るいですかね。
が、
Oh, tonight? Oh, tonight.
今夜、
今夜。Yeah. I think that's
今夜、
fine if we leave it. Oh, no.
今夜、
It's fine if we leave it here or there, honestly.
今夜、
We'll just do 今夜. Oh, no, wait. Just
Wa.
kidding.
が、
Grammar. Yeah. 今夜. Oh. Wait. No, yeah, that's fine. 今夜は月が明るいです。Right. Oh, I almost got Spanish in the brain. Just a moment.
浜辺、
Oh, that's new. Hamabe. Alright, so that's different. And I don't know Hama yet. Interesting.
浜辺、
Hamabe.
島、浜、
Hama. What does that sound like? Hama.
Hoshi.
And this is, yeah,
Mizumi.
Mizumi. Yeah, Mizumi. Remember, from the sound of, I only know the sound of like, or the kana, which is provided by Duolingo. Way back, the Mizumi. Most of these are, so I still don't know what hamabe is. Can't think of a vocabulary word yet. It's been so long, like it's been 6 months. Hamabe might actually be a new vocabulary word. So how these Japanese units work after they start introducing kanji is they will introduce 1 or 2 new vocabulary words, and those will be learned fresh from new kanji. But the rest of it, most of the other vocabulary is replacing the kana and the sound in the structure with the kanji. So all the large majority of these words, you should, like, if you went through the Duolingo course and do all the repetitions and whatnot, by sound they should sound familiar in a way that they're related to other keywords. So Mizumi is related to mori quite a lot in previous units. So oftentimes things sound familiar. And then now you're recognizing the kanji. One more
Shima.
step. Right. And shima. Right.
島
Shima.
島島
Several times in different forms. Makes sense.
島
And then visual. Shima.
イギリスは島の国
イギリ
です。
スは島。Oh, イギリスは島の国です。国です。The UK is an island nation or an island country.
彼は一人で島に住んでいます。彼は
彼は住んで something. He's from an island. I didn't hear the rest.
彼は一人で島に住んでいます。
Oh, 一人で。
一人
一人で
島に
住んでいます。
でます。います。
Oh no, he lives. Not. Oh no, he's from. Yeah, he's by himself. Wait, 住んでいます。Oh no, he lives. He lives on an island by himself. Sorry, I'm thinking of 写真. No, 写真. 写真. Yes. This is he lives. 住んでいます。Oh, it's a beach.
浜辺
Hamabe? Really? Hamabe? Hamabe. I can kind of see it. There's area. And then Hama must be like... I was thinking more like gun. Maybe gun? Or ganbe? Maybe ganbe exists or something? Like a coast or something would be in it. Interesting. Hamabe. Leaf? Oh, that's such a coincidence.
Ha.
And we got yeah. Yeah today. So
この木の葉は綺麗ですね。
この木の葉は綺麗ですね。The leaf, this tree's leaves are pretty, aren't they? Or this tree's leaves are pretty, aren't they?
湖で泳ぎましたか
湖で泳ぎましたか Did you swim in the lake?
湖あの国には多くの浜辺がある
あの国には多くのwhat was that? 浜辺がある。浜辺がある。So that country has a lot of islands. There are a lot of islands in that country. There are many beaches, not beaches in that country. In Oku. From Oku. From Oi. Say there's a pretty beach in this town. Matini. Speaking of street. Matini wa what was it? Hamabe? Hamabe. Oh, kono.
この
この町には浜辺 oh no 綺麗な浜辺がある or あります
あります。
fair enough 私は 私たちは一緒にビーチ浜辺に行く行こう no I just how do I say this, are we doing formal? Wait, we are planning to go. Oh wait,
行く
actually that would be 浜辺に行く行くで、plan つまりつまりです no yeah つもり I mean つもり wait
つもです
wait I guess, right? Yeah, because you're planning, and then iku is it's the act of going to the beach together. Yeah, that's fine. Tsumori, I can't quite land on tsumori for plan. I didn't think of tsumori for plan. I was gonna use like to think or plan suru, like use a plan suru. Any combination of plan plus suru as a verb. Tsumori. That's あの国Wait, あの国には浜辺 Oh,
多く
I think it's 多くの浜辺がある Okay. Alright. Grammar is still fine. Well, at least these simple ones, right? Simple sentences.
濡れる
濡れる 濡れる 何ですか That looks interesting. Nureru sounds like to take off, like to take off your clothing. Nureru, get naked. I'm just kidding. I think it's that. It sounds like it. Nureru.
濡れます
Nuremas. Alright.
濡れて
Nurete.
濡れて
Different parts of speech that we know. This is the imperative.
森
Mori.
濡れます
Nuremas.
濡れます
Formal.
この森は危ないよ
Konomori wa abunai yo. Konomori. Momori wa abunai yo. Just put you know as a way to say yo.
森にはたくさんの動物がいる
Mori wa taksan. Mori wa taksan. What? Dobutsu ne? Dobutsu ga iru? Ne? So,
たくさん
taksan
の
no
動物
dobutsu
が
iru?
に
I mean, that sentence makes sense, right? 森にはたくさんの動物がいる
森へのパスポート
森へのパスポート I almost said pasaporte. A passport through the forest? A passport through the forest? I guess that's grass.
草
Sa. Okay. さ
雨で濡れていた
雨で濡れていた Oh no, it's not. It's not to take off. It's to get wet.
濡れて
Nurete. I didn't know. It was a guess. I think to take off is something similar, right? But that's only because things sound the same without context. I guess nurete ita. Nurete ita. Ita. So I was wet from the rain. I was by means getting wet leads to take off clothing. Yeah, I know, right, Sunny? I don't know why I'm calling you Sunny now. Don't worry about it. Sun squared.
木は雨で濡れている。
キレは what?
木は雨で濡れている。
Oh, 木は雨で濡れている。
ている。
The tree got wet by the rain. The tree is wet. The trees are wet from the rain. It's because you're my sunshine. All right, sunshine boy.
草が濡れています。
草が濡れています。So the grass got wet. The grass is wet. The wet grass. Whoa, hold up. Oh, that's interesting. No. The grass is wet. The wet grass. Yeah, the grass is wet. 草が濡れています。Alright, what do we got? Mori?
森
We got trees on books. On shallow. Weird. I went to sleep on the grass. Interesting. So kusani wa
に
or just kusani sleep. What was sleep? Neru, right? So kusani went to sleep. So kusani
ね
oh
ね
actually on the grass. So kusani
の上
上に wait
に草の
草の上に so on the grass 草の上に
ね
ne leapt. I went to sleep. So 寝ました。
まし
草の上に寝ました。Informal, past tense formal. Okay. So that grass, あの草は very とても green とても緑色です。Yeah, okay. So
た
where's oh, あそこ。
あそこ
Interesting. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, あそこ works too. Both.
た
あそこ草は
は
草は very とても
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 緑色
緑色
ですの
That's interesting. あそこ wait. Does that あそこの as instead of just saying あの草は That's interesting. That's saying that position, in my opinion, position grass. So it's like the area, the grass area is very green as opposed to that actual green grass. あの草。Huh.
草
kusaka wet. kusaka
濡れ
nurete
Te.
imasu.
ます
Wet grass. Where's that sun at? All right.
深い
Fukai. Yeah, fukai. Deep. Not that type of deep. All right, we're not. You know what? Now we're saying like wet and deep. All right. Deep.
深い
Fukai. 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 This is remainder. Asai. No, this is shallow. So the deep and shallow. Oh, that makes sense. Why they introduced deep and shallow in the same thing, because they're antonyms.
浅い
Asai and fukai are related. Deep and shallow. Yes.
Taiyo.
Taiyo. Shima. Shima. And what are you? Light? Light would be. Oh, wait. No. Kawakimasu? What? Kawa?
乾きます
Mas. Is it to be lightened? Like to be. It's not the same as to empty. Or it might be something else. That doesn't look like it. Kawakimasu? I don't know what kawakimasu.
乾いて
Kawaite? I don't know. No, this is new. Okay. Oh. Kawaku.
乾く
It has a car. No, it doesn't have a car. It has two crosses, a sun, a gun, and self. Or second. No, I got
Kawaku.
nothing. Kawaku.
乾く
言葉は生き物だ
Kotoba wa ikimono da. So, kotoba is word. Kotoba wa word, and then ikimono, living thing. Wait. What? Kotoba wa ikimono da. Oh, ikinomo. Oh, they're referring to they're using kotoba as language. So language is a living thing. Okay, that's fine. I kotoba also means words, but kotoba is fine. You can use
Kotoba.
words or language. That's fine. It's a living thing. Fair enough. Figuratively. Ikimono da. Life, live,
Ikimono.
and then thing.
Ikimono.
Mono. A creature, dobutsu or ikimono?
生き物
Yeah, ikimono also means creature. Yes, it's a living thing.
口は乾いている
Kuchi wa kawaii, kawaite iru. Dry? Oh yeah, dry. Gun. Oh yeah, that's gun. Bakamono is monster, right? That's a good question. Bakamono. I think so. Pretty sure. It's a type of monster, right? I think it's like a yokai, right? A yokai is monster, and then bakamono is something that's shaped like a monster or something. So it's a monster thing. Bakamono specifically refers to those that change form. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Remember Bakamonogatari, right? Bakamonogatari, the show the series that we watched, Monster Tales. Okay, so this one is kuchi, its mouth. So the mouth was dry. Oh, and this Chinese. I should have used Chinese here. This is gun. Gun for dry. So I could have figured out that it was dry. So my mouth is dry. Or, oh, there's not enough. You just guess what whoever is referring to. Wait. Yeah, my mouth. My mouth is dry. You just know it from people shouting it in bakamono. Yeah. And it's also I think it can be used figuratively too. You can refer to someone as that, like in a bad way, like an insult way. Like that person is a monster. Like, so it's kind of hard for me to know if they're calling it out as like an insult, like an idiot or something, or they are literally saying, hey, you're a shape-shifting yokai. Like, I think sometimes they're calling it out as a insult, and then sometimes it's calling out as, oh, that's literally a yokai. You know, like the Witcher games, right? Like, you know, Witcher, you know, Geralt is really famous in saying, I hunt monsters, right? But he wasn't literally just talking about the monsters he's hunt as a Witcher, but he hunts monsters too, like people who act like figurative monsters. I'm not sure if Japanese use it figuratively.
今日は空気が乾いている。
今日は
今日は
did you just say cookie?
空気
Cookie, what's happening? This is not cookie. Cookie.
が
Something's good about maybe it's
今日は空気が乾いている。
乾いている。
乾いている。
Today the air is dry. 今日は today 今日は空気 air is the property of dryness. 乾っている。Air today is dry.
私のシャツはまだ乾いていない。
私のシャツはまた乾いていない。Well, that's weird. But my shirt is not dry still. Or still not dry, I guess. My shirt still not dry. My shirt still is not dry. Oh, come on, English. Whatever.
湖はすごく深いよ。
湖はすごく浅いよ。not 浅い。深いよ。湖 the lake, right? The lake 湖はすごくsuper, like really in like extra and then deep yo. So let's say very deep, you know. Is very deep, you know. Extra すごく like すごい。
すごく。ここの川は浅いです。
ここの川は浅いです。川 river. So here or this or ここ here. Let's just say the pond here. Yeah, ここの川はここの川は浅いです。It's shallow. Oh, not the pond. Eki. I suddenly just swapped over to Eki, but Kawa River.
水はあまり深くなかった。
水はあまり深くなかった。So this is past tense. Past tense of deep. So, or not actually past tense. Yes, it's past tense and it's a negation, nakatta. So past tense and then amari has to be used instead of totemo because amari is negative. Negative for very. So this is the negative. So it's a positive because that's how Japanese people do it too. And English people also do it on the internet. So the water is not very shallow. The water was back past tense was not very shallow. So as in it's deep, or as in it's not shallow, so you could say the water is deep or fairly deep or something in reverse, but it's not very shallow, as in it's I don't know. Oh, deep. Whoops. Sorry, not very deep. I meant to. I'm done.
この池は泳ぐには浅すぎます。
Negating. I don't like negating. この駅は泳ぐには浅すぎます。Now I don't know this conjugation. 浅すぎます。Maybe sugi is being conjugated? No. Asasu is to. Okay. So this is being. Wait, can you stay there, please? Okay, so sugi is being conjugated. Too many, too much, or too. Oh, okay. So sugi is getting conjugated somehow. Extreme. Let's see, 2. Where is it? Do I have a verb for this? No, tosu. That doesn't. Maybe if I say, okay, if it's sugi, it's probably sugu. That's no. I don't know. I don't know what's being conjugated here. I'm guessing it's sugu because it's sugimasu, but I wonder how that works. It means too much of whatever's before it, so we'll just accept that. No. This lake, ike. Ike wa oyogu, to swim. This is too deep to swim. Or too shallow to swim. Too shallow to swim. In order to swim, or this lake is too shallow to swim in. Oh, come on. Oh. I'm not paying attention. I literally am not paying attention to the noun. I'm just making stuff up as I'm going.
水は浅かったですか？
浅かったですか？
浅か
ったですか？
ですか？
I'm just not paying attention to the noun anymore.
星深い
浅い
湖
what is it? 乾きます。
月
コスプレメトロ
は
生き物。
ここの川は浅いです。
Alright, let's pay attention now. That's a kawa. Ah! Oh, I missed the word.
水はあまり深くなかった。
Okay. The water. Very deep. Deep? Fuck. Yeah.
この池は泳ぐには浅すぎます。
池。How does it work?
ここの川は浅いです。
ここの川は浅いです。Alright. 浅いです。川 not 池 Alright. Now that I had a midlife crisis, move on. Kori.
氷
A little weird. Kori.
ここは氷が薄い。
ここは氷が厚い。What? 厚い。厚い is tough, or right? No? 厚い. Oh, thin. I don't have that character yet. Okay. The rock, the water, the ice. Oh, the ice is thin. Ice, Cody. Stone. 石。
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 この石は小さい。
この石は小さい。Bonus. Oh my gosh, I'm just not even translating the English. Like this just says this is stone small. That's what came to my mind. This is stone small. Kami?
Hikari?
Oh no, hikari. Oh yeah, that's right, hikari. I just said kami. God.
明るい光を見た。
明るい光を見た。I saw bright light. I saw a bright light, sure. Fire? Ka. Oh, no, wait. I don't think it's ka. Oh, what is it when it stands alone?
火。
He. Oh, yeah, that's right. He.
動物は火が怖い。
動物は火が怖い。Animals are kawaii. Animals are scared of fire. That's a interesting way of saying of scared. Kawaii.
動物は火が怖い。
That's not quite it. Huh.
大きな波を見ましたか？
Nami. So we got wave. Wow, that's a lot of vocabulary. What the heck? 大きな紙。大きな紙。波。波を見したか？ Nami being wave. Did you see? I don't know. Did you see the large wave? Or big wave is fine.
昨日、波が高かったです。
昨日、
昨日、
波、
波、
波、I heard高か
が高かった
高かったです。
昨日、波が高かったです。
Of course they would use 高かったです。The waves were high yesterday. Yeah. Okay. 氷。ね。氷。
氷。
We have yo. Yo is oyo. This is oyo. And yeah, they all look similar, huh? What did you know? Oh, they don't really look that similar.
オリンピック。
Olympic. What was this? Huh? No. No, it's not. Ha is the. This is Nami.
波、
Nami. Nami is for the kun, but it also ha in Onyomi. Right.
湖、氷、
Oto. Oto?
音、
Nami. Nami.
波。
氷。
波。
太陽。浅い。
浅い。
Yep. 濡れます。
濡れます。
Wet.
湖。
コスプレ、
生き物。
空気、波、
草。
浅い。
濡れます。
氷。
Nami.
この石は小さい。
この石は小さい。That's a lot of vocabulary, and we just got more vocabulary. Man, they really are hammering it home here. Fuji. Oh yeah, this is Fuji. I haven't ever seen this. No, I might have seen this on some signs. I might have seen this on some, actually, formal signs. Fuji or Fuji-san. Tsuru. Oh, interesting. Tsuru. So we had otsuru for change, right? Otsuru. So they use this, they retain the reed on it by leaning on kuns. Otsuru. Maybe to give change. I don't know. Interesting. Fuji-san. Hirimasu. Hikarimasu or hikarimasu. Yeah, so this is where Duolingo kind of goes ham a little. Duolingo focuses a lot on getting the kuns in first, now that I think about it. And they always overlap with the kuns first. Like hikari, they introduce hikari along itself, and then hikarimasu for to shine. Interesting. Fuji. Instead of and then later down the road they try to introduce the other things that have onyomi. Tsuri. Tsuri. Right, this is change. To lap it up with tsuru. Fuji-san. Shima. Tsuru. Hamabe. What? Right? Hamabe. Mizumi. Tsuru.
両親を見つけました。
Wait, all of us suddenly we just go to parents? Mitsukemashita. Oh, to introduce or to find. Wait. Yes. And it can be anything. So maybe I found my parents. 両親を見つけました。
大きな魚を釣りました。
大きな魚を釣りました。Okay, what does it say? It's caught. Oh, that's tsuri. Oh, that's so interesting. Wow. You go from change. Tsuri. Tsuri. Oh, wait. Isn't that tsuri? That is change, right? I could have sworn this is otsuri. Yeah. Wow. I went from change to catch. Oh, wait. I have a feeling tsuri means 8 billion things. Hold on. Or tsuru. Tsuru means 8 billion things. No, it doesn't. What? Wait. They just decide to use the same character. Oh, tsuri means quite a bit too. Tsuri also refers to fishing and angling. From like Shashinko is where I'm thinking about tsuri right now. Okay, and then just so happens tsuri is usually written in kana in order to refer to the change. Oh, that's interesting. And then when it's in the kanji, it looks like it's for fishing. All right, that's one way to pivot. Good old Duolingo. I caught a big fish. I mean, by context, you wouldn't change like provide change to a big fish, so that's fine.
弟は面白い石を見つけた。
弟はね。
弟は面白い石を見つけた。
Okay, 見つけた。弟は面白い石を見つけた。My younger brother saw an interesting stone. Or found in interesting stuff.
新しい仕事を見つけた。
新しい仕事。
新しい
新しい仕事ね。
仕事
仕事を。New job? Wait, what?
新しい仕事を見つけた。
Just found a new job, interesting new job?
見つけ
Oh, no, I just found a new job.
た。新しい仕事を見つけた。
That's not related to the current unit.
どこで見つけたのですか？
That's fine. どこで見つけたの？見つけたのですか？ What did you find? Where did you find it? Oh yeah, where did you find it? Yeah. 見つけてた。So found の generative の。So どこで見つけたのですか？ Where did you find it? Where did you...
富士山を見たことがない。
富士山を見たことがない。It is that is not Mount Fuji, or I have not seen Mount Fuji. I suppose I have not seen Mount Fuji. Okay.
魚を3匹釣った。魚
を3匹で、3匹ね、いる ?3 匹 What?
魚を3匹釣った。
3匹釣った。
釣った。
Oh, you caught 3 fish? Okay. When did you climb Mount Fuji? Noboe? Noboe. No, so no. No. Noborimashita? Noborimashita ka. So, when did you? So, itsu? Oh, wait. Hold. Do I put itsu in the front? No, I think it's much more.
富士山
So, 富士山にいつ
登り
登りましたか?
た
Okay, because I like to put itsu next to the when of the action as opposed to I think they might accept itsu in the beginning. No, I don't think so. Sure. In this one, in this case. I've not seen Mount Fuji, right? So, 富士山
富士山
Wait. 富士山の
お見
たことないね。ことない。Oh, no. がない。Yeah. That completes it. Yes. That makes sense.
この
このホテル。このホテルからこのホテルから富士山が見えますかね。
見ますか？
Alright. Now we can finally review all the stuff. What a wild ride today.
この池は泳ぐには浅すぎます。
Oh no, I have to go over all the nouns I weren't paying attention to. この池は泳ぐにはwhat do we have? 浅すぎます。
水はあまり深くなかった。
水はあまり深くなかった。
この石は小さい。
石は小さい。
ここの川は浅いです。
この川は浅いです。
太陽は星です。
太陽は星です。
星です。
空気。
今夜は星がたくさん見えます。
今夜は星がスパコピクピク。たくさん星がいる。星がある。見えます。
今夜は星がたくさん見えます。
Oh yeah, Taxon is the other way. Oh, I needed to put Taxon over here. Yikes.
氷。
星が光っている。星が光っている。
Okay.
湖。
窓から富士山が綺麗に見える。窓ね。窓から富士山が綺麗に見える。
窓からに富士山が見えるね。ほら。
窓から富士山が綺麗に見える。
綺麗
見える。窓から富士山が綺麗に見える。窓から富士山が綺麗に見える。窓から富士山が綺麗に見える。
Because you can see, yes.
今夜は星がたくさん見えます。
今夜は星がたくさん見えます。Alright, and then one last exercise to solidify. Let's go. That's it for today. Oh, this is pleasant.
島。
氷。
光ります。
光ります。波ね。
彼。
大きな魚を釣りました。
That's so annoying. Oh, sorry.
今日は波が低いですよ。
I get startled when I thought I clicked on something and I didn't click on the right thing.
今日は波が低いですよ。
今日は波がいい。
今日は波が低いですよ。
低いですよ。It's low today.
弟は面白い石を見つけた。
Okay. 面白い石。湖はとてもね。
すごく深い
ですよ。
よ。
富士山。
あの国には多くの浜辺がある。あの
の
国
のwait wait
に
に
多く
多くの
浜辺
がある
は
には
あの国には多くの浜辺がある。
浜
浜
What is it alone? Hama. You didn't give me what is it alone. Hamabe. Maybe it's coast. It's probably coast. Hama. And then Hamabe is the coast area, so it kind of then becomes beach. Possibly. Like shore. It could be shore or coast, and then you combine be for area, so the coast or shore area, aka beach. Close.
湖
海
島
I can see many stars tonight.
今夜
今夜星がたくさん
たくさん
Oops.
は
今夜は星がたくさん見えます。
見えます。
Okay. 深い乾きます。
乾きます。星湖
浅い。月がshine 月が光っている。
窓から富士山がきれいに見える。窓から
富士山
が
きれいに見える。
草が濡れています。
草が濡れています。Whoa. Okay. 彼は島に住んでいます。一人で。This works. Right. 彼は島に一人で住んでいます。Or it can be moved around. Fine.
この木の葉は綺麗ですね。
この木の葉は綺麗ですね。This tree's leaves are pretty, aren't they? Okay. So much fun. So much fun doing it different. Wait. Oh, we get to do the story. Oh yeah, I forgot. We have story. We still got story to do. Junior's questions.
ジュニアの質問。
パパ、質問があるんだけど。
だけど。Yeah, that's. Oh yeah, you can't really. Yeah. あるんだけど。Man.
ごめん、ジュニア。今忙しいんだ。
Sorry, I'm busy right now.
テレビでサッカーの試合があるんだ。
There's a soccer game on right now.
エディはテレビの前に座ります。
Okay.
試合が始まります。
Okay. Basically, Eddie is sitting on the seat, like seated. The game is starting, right?
行け
Go! Or let's go. You know, like go. Rah. Ike. Oh man, I haven't seen Junior. Interesting, Junior. I haven't read in katakana. All of this is in kana. All the stories are in kana. So, it's kind of difficult.
僕、お金が欲しいんだ。
I want money.
いいぞ。
いいぞ。
本当？
本当? Why is he surprised his dad agreed to give him money?
ピザを買いたいからお金が欲しいんだけど。
I need money for pizza.
よしよし、いいぞ。
Yes, yes, of course.
それに
yes, yes,
新
yes.
しいビデオゲームが欲しいんだけど。
彼にビデオゲーム、新しいビデオゲームが欲しいんで、欲しいけど、like I want to buy new video games, right? Or there's also new video games that I want.
いいぞ。
あと月曜日は学校を休むね。
月曜日。あと月曜日は学校、休むね。Also, I will also be absent from school next month. Or I don't want to go to school next month. Or it says 月曜日, which just don't want to go anyways. 月 is Monday.
いいぞ。
簡単だった。
簡単だった。
今からお店に行くね。
Okay, I'm gonna go now.
行け行け行け。
行ってきます。
行ってきます。
いいぞ。ごめんジュニア。
ごめんジュニア。ごめん。
いい試合だったよ。それで何が欲しいの？ジュニア、どこにいるの？
Wow, they really go in though. It's a shame that there aren't more of these. It would have been great. I don't even mind if they're all in kana. Really, you're just listening to it, right? So at least in my opinion, yeah, you could be reading this stuff. Sure, you can read this stuff if you want. That's kind of one of the critiques. People are like, oh, but why is this all in kana? And I'm like, well, can you not hear it? Like one of the things, like, I know it could be in kanji too. It's fine, right? But the idea is like, if you close your eyes, you still know what they're saying.
ジュニア、どこにいるの？
Where did you go? Where are you? To mail to buy a new game. Was so interested in the game that he didn't pay attention yet. いい。質問。どこ？ピザ？がある。Right. Alright, I guess we have to legend it.
ジュニアの質問。
パパ、質問があるんだけど。
ごめんジュニア、今忙しいんだ。
Yeah, these stories are not synthetic. They are not synthetic. These are definitely voice actors. Most of the stories so far that I've listened to, both in the Spanish course and whatever they include in Japanese, there are only 10 stories, so this is like number 6 or something like that. They're not synthetic. They're voice. These are people who are emoting this stuff.
テレビでサッカーの試合があるんだ。
I know what the AI stuff sounds like. And the Spanish, if the Spanish is anything to go off of, the adventures, like the newer features where they use synthetic voices to try to explain a situation, yeah, it's not this. But this guy went hard. Eddie went hard.
エディはテレビの前に座ります。
Unless they have some very, very impressive, like, they curate it specifically to synthesize these voices. I don't think so, but that's pretty impressive. They must have had to cherry pick and condition the stuff and then like reiterate and resynthesize this over and over again to get something like this. You still can do this. I'm not saying you can't synthesize this. You can still do this, but I don't think it's scalable yet, especially for Duolingo. Like I don't think you can scale this if you want to get this type of synthesized stuff. requires more resources, and of course, aligned with a lot of people's thoughts about business and how much things cost. This would cost a lot of money to constantly having to synthesize to this specificity, but it could work. I mean, if they're only making like a story a day, like a story every month or something, it could work. It would be awesome if like you can have a workflow and something AI generate that can be like this. I'm okay with that, honestly. But if people are reading it, that's okay. That's awesome too. But I'm pretty sure people are reading this one.
試合が始まります。
Like listening to this sounds like listening to podcasts and YouTube and talk shows. Actually, this sounds more like one of those host game shows like from Osaka, like when they do like funny skits and improvs. That's the stuff that I listen to, and they usually speak like a little bit. There's English here every once in a while too and whatnot, but it sounds like that type of acting where like it's kind of slightly overblown, which it's kind of the entertainment stuff that I enjoy coming from Osaka. It's so close. Like this is effortless. This to me sounds like I don't need the text, but when I'm reading, like doing the Duolingo exercises, I'm like, it's a little rough, because I'm only responsible for listening. I'm not responsible for translating it, like going one to one. I just know the general idea, and then I can summarize it in my own words if I need to translate it, quote unquote, interpret it. When listening to Japanese content, I interpret most things. I don't translate most things if I need to use it in English.
僕、お金が欲しいんだ。
いいぞ。
本当？
本当? It's kind of the same when I was listening. This is already, all of these stories are the same, transliterated or localized, but performed by people, in my opinion, by people in different languages. So I already heard the Spanish version of this, which is pretty funny too. The Spanish version of this is pretty good. Kind of makes me want to hear all the other language versions of the story, but not all of the courses have stories, so that's unfortunate. But I can kind of see why they went with AI forward things in order to draw parallelisms between them. Because if you ask a person, hey, can you mirror this performance, and then find like 30 separate people who would read the same lines, like, it's not quite rewarding for the people who are reading lines. You know what I mean? I don't know. Kind of a divisive point. Let's see.
ピザを買いたいからお金が欲しいんだけど。
よしよし、いいぞ。
それに新しいビデオゲームが欲しいんだけど。
いいぞ。
あと月曜日は学校を休むね。
いいぞ。
うわ、簡単だった。今からお店に行くね。
行け行け行け。
行ってきます。
いいぞ。ごめんジュニア。いい試合だったよ。それで何が欲しいの？ジュニア？どこにいるの？
So good. I like it. 試合いい。質問の前に in front of, and then pizza. Alright. Nice. Oh, was it after midnight? Oh, we're after midnight. Okay, usually I would do some of these exercises, but I think we're gonna stick with what our routine is until we can make. Yeah. So not as big as the last one, but still pretty big, man. Like, if you're thinking about it, that's 13 characters, right? So they're asking you to learn 13 characters in 3 days. Like, I'm inflating, right? I'm actually doing the unit in 3 days. Or like even longer than that, because every other day. But some people say this is not fast enough. And I'm like, wow. I'm not, like, I feel small when people think that this is too slow. Like, genuinely, I don't know how people learn. So, like, if they do, it's not my place to say if they remember or not, because I'm not there. What's the time where I'm from? It is midnight. It is 12 p.m. Or 12 a.m. It just turned 12 a.m. And in Duolingo is based where I am, so it's a new day, so everything resets. Oh yeah, that's from our last one. So let's quickly go over. So this is day 1, right? So day 1, our routine is we're going to circle things and go over them to see if we remember them. So Hoshi stays on its own. Hoshi. The heck? Oh. Taiyo. And then Hama. And then we have Hamabe. Where's my be at? Where the be is, oh. Hamabe. And then we have Mizumi. Mizumi stands alone. Kusa. Mori. Waka. This is a verb. Or do they go with a... Oh no, this is nu. This is nuru. So this is a verb. We'll just go with nu. Nure, is it like nure? Yeah, nureru. So the be wet. Try to... It's a reru. So nureru. Then we have asai. So we also have to mark adjectives. These are standalone. Oh, except for this one. This one's complete. And just make sure everything's complete. Okay, that's fine. And gai. So adjectives. Both of these are e adjectives. And then kori. Kori is ice. Then we have hikari. Hikari stands alone. And then there's also I guess hikaru. Hikarimasu. Yeah. So we have do as well. Do they list both? Hikari. Oh, wait. No. I think it's hikari suru. Oh, I'll have to double check that in the future. Hikari plus suru. To shine. Oh no. No, it isn't. Because it's hikatte. So it's just a do. It's a do. And then nami. Nami. Nothing else, right? A wave? Yeah, that's fine. And what are you again? Oh, Fuji. This is who? Which checks out. Kind of like wealth. And Fuji, where's... Doko desu ka? Ne? Wait. How did it work? There's sun. Oh, G is not on this list. Sometimes this happens. They don't include all of the characters. So we're missing G. So Fuji-san. And then we have returning ones. So these are characters that the vocabulary is new, according to the Duolingo curriculum, but the kanji is not new. So then you have, right, kuki for air, and then ha for leaf, shima for island, and then we have ikimono for living thing, and I for fire. What was fire for? What was fire used for? Just fire? I don't remember anything about fire. So hi and ishi, and those are our vocabulary words. So that's our end routine for day 1. This is our day 1 routine for the new unit. And then we carry our previous construct for unit 79 for the next 2 days, right, as the week routine. So over time, if I condense this, which I'm not going to, we're going to juggle this with Duolingo Spanish. Usually it would be about a week. It'd be 6 days, 6 days to 7 days that I would work on one unit. And that 6 to 7 days is about the same volume as WaniKani. Because WaniKani will introduce approximately this many kanji, and they would also juggle radicals. So you get radicals and characters, right? They're separate things, but they double on the vocabulary. In Duolingo, you learn the vocabulary and then you do the writing instead. So I should be doing that, but today I'm a little tired, so we're just gonna I gotta see and squeeze in writing here. Writing I just do because Duolingo, that's one way to connect all these ideas, and that's why I write in the where I do the constructs. So at some point writing is going to be involved. I practice writing here and there. It's very fun to do for me. Gives my hands some tactile involvement. So this is what it looks like. This is my routine for day 1. It's actually more involved, but back in the day I didn't do WaniKani, I didn't do HanziHero, and I didn't do Duolingo Spanish. So it was only Duolingo Japanese, and then Duolingo Chinese was juggled with. So I had like 4 hours. Alright, so I would be writing, I would be trying to sort out the grammar, I would talk about the grammar rules, but Duolingo takes it very, very slowly. And to me, it is required that you use all of these things in order to retain them. You learn most of these things, but you don't remember most. WaniKani is very similar in that way. Like once an item is burned, you're gonna have comments where, hey, I don't remember any of my burn items. It's like the reason why it's not so apparent yet is often because the repetition in Duolingo is not dynamic, so you can feel how repetitious it is. In WaniKani, it takes a lot longer to feel repetitious, largely because the reviews feel dynamic because they're staggered. The things are staggered and it's jostling the stuff. But in the end of the day, this volume, when it comes to when people say how fast are things, like the volume thing, I do not different, like it's very close. It's actually, the volume is very similar. Now, their priorities are different. It takes about a year and a half, like it took me over almost a year before they start doing this, right? This kanji stuff where every like unit is like a massive blast, because in the beginning, before like a certain unit, which you'll see soon, once I keep scrolling, you'll see that it reduces, the number reduces dramatically. In the beginning, it's very, very slow. Like you get one new kanji each time, and then they try to keep reusing the same kanji over and over again. Like it's like 1 or 2 every, and then when you get to section 337, that's when they're like, okay, so you're probably bored of this now, and they just decided this is just the way they. So right when you hit this part, every other unit now, with the exception, occasionally there will be grammar units. So this is a grammar unit. There's something that's being introduced here. So the volume drops for the grammar. But when there's no grammar, you're repeating stuff. It's usually 10 kanji plus and several vocabulary every roughly 3 days. Every 3 days in half the pace. So then you're doubling it, and there's so much repetition for 3 days. Like, what I mean is, if you're squeezing all of this in for 3 days, it is a lot of repetition for 3 days. So what I do is, I just fill it out. I make time for it. But generally speaking, the volume is very similar. In terms of new stuff, not in terms of repetition. I think if you're on the ball with WaniKani, right? If you're on the ball with WaniKani, then it's gonna go faster, or it's gonna feel like it's gonna go faster. And if you're on the ball with Duolingo, its default pace is gonna be longer. If you're getting a lot of things wrong in WaniKani, it's gonna be way slower than Duolingo, because no matter what, even if you get it wrong, you only are responsible for getting it right, and then you're moving on. So which one do you like? Well, one of the problems here is Duolingo doesn't hold you accountable for getting something right or wrong too frequently. So if you get it wrong and you're like, well, I'm still progressing, you know, I'm still going through my lessons, like, yeah, but you never ended up learning it or remembering it or learning how to retain it. So it doesn't hold you responsible for that. So that means you actually make more progress. You actually learn more new things. You get exposed to new things, but you don't learn them. You're not held responsible for them. WaniKani is going to kick your butt. WaniKani is going to say, hey, guess what? That item, it's back to guru for you. So it's just going to keep slapping you in the face until you quit. Right? And then when you go to stories and paragraphs and anime, it becomes very complicated. For me, when I watch anime and manga, I interpret. Can I interpret? Can I interpret? Can I pick up a new word in that interpretation? Can I use my interpretation to pick up the one parts that I don't know? So it becomes much, much wider. The net is very wide. You can, when you're thinking about interpretation and improving on listening comprehension and speaking, you're not looking at single things anymore. You're looking at the whole picture. So like in Duolingo, in order to try to capture that, which I can't do in WaniKani right now and HanziHero because they're all compartmentalized very well, what I do is, can I build one picture from this? And that's my thing that I did earlier, where like one vocabulary, like A leads to B, which leads to C, D, and E, which leads to F, right? And I'm associating them that way. Then I turn off the stream, I stop doing things, I go watch anime and manga and talk to other people about Japanese, and then I assemble bigger pictures, right? I'm learning stuff so I can share it with other people. That is my transformative, final, temporary thing. I record myself, I practice in English, but while I'm practicing in English, I'm also slowly figuring out how to explain it in Japanese. So in the future, whenever someone says, hey, I want to learn Japanese, can I just hang out with you? I will do that. And I will also do that bilingually, as opposed to trying to force something, because you can be very strong in one thing, but that's what my purpose is. I'm not here to be I'm not here to race to fluency. I'm here to energize people, to make it, I hope, that people start finding language learning fun and approachable. I make a lot of mistakes. I basically just mixed up kawa ike, and mizu randomly, even though I pretty much know all that stuff. Like, I get distracted, you know? Oh, there, Alzer. I'm about to head out, Alzer, so hello. Nice to meet you. Maybe we'll chat another time. But yeah, that's it. That's it for today. Different stages. I look forward to sharing what the later stages look like. By the end of 2025, we'll be moving along with construction. So how to do the later construction, like writing reviews, starting to create your own journals in a different language, because that's what I want to do. I want to write a fitness journal. I want to start writing my exercises and fitness in 2 different languages, right? And then I'll go back and forth as a form of practice. And you might be thinking, well, doesn't that confuse someone else? No, because when I'm writing reviews and I'm writing journals, when someone sees a journal, like maybe day 10 of my running is in English, but when they see day 11, it looks very suspiciously similar to the day before, because I am a consistency person. So when someone sees that, they can put one and one together. So day 11 looks like day 10. That must be the word for run. That must be the word for miles. That must be the word for meters. And that's how I'm learning. But at the same time, I'm also demonstrating to other people, you can learn a language even when you don't mean to. Because I think people vastly underestimate how well they can see patterns. So we'll move on to that in the future. 2026 has a lot of projects like this in the future. Hopefully to demonstrate or inspire some stuff. Not that I'm prescribing this. By the way, what languages am I learning? I am juggling Japanese, Chinese, well, traditional Chinese, I suppose, and Spanish. So every day I try to do some vocabulary work and character reading for Japanese and traditional Chinese. And then in this spot, this very time, it's either going to be Duolingo Japanese or Duolingo Spanish, because we're doing reviews for those. And then occasionally around this time, I'll try to fit in like some sort of gaming thing. But the gaming thing, I try to make it about one of those languages in some way. All right, we're going to head off now. There you have it. A lot of fun. I do enjoy having Duolingo Japanese from time to time because I spend so much time reading kanji already. In the future, it would be cool in the future. We'll work it out, but there's always an opportunity to like bump into someone who is bilingual, and maybe I'll collaborate with a bilingual person in the future, or make something or turn something into a language. But for now, it's been less than 2 years, so we got plenty of time. Yeah, have a great one, Arthur. Thank you for the question. All right, folks. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? You're more than welcome to come along, share your experiences. We can exchange stories. Again, I really do emphasize that if you're in it to express things and learn things, it really is a transformative way to promote more motivation than you want. Like when I learn something, if I am responsible for explaining something, I typically learn with the intent of understanding, as well as if I have friends and other people who are interested, I learn for the sake of also being able to share my experience with them. And that's what streaming is to me. I am learning with the intent of sharing those experiences and exchanging anecdotes. So you can too if you want. I would love to hear your experiences and journeys. Until next time, You're always welcome. Stay safe, stay healthy. Minasan, mata ne. Bye bye.